walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. I don't wanna burn these bridges anymore. It's easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life. I need your love, I need your love with me for life. Sorry it ended this way. Sorry it I need your love with me for life. I'm sorry it ended this way. I know I made my mistakes. I need your love with me for life. Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. 'Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect, oh yeah. But I know I can make it work. I know I can make it work. I'm crazy, everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, putting heavy on my brain, and I don't even know my name. It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy. But I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. 'Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams. I know I'm far from perfect, oh yeah. But I know I can make it work. I know I can make it work. I know I'm far from perfection. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you?
Hello, everyone. Oh, God, I need to fix this camera. A bit. Okay. Hi. Hello. Good. Yay. All right. So, how's everyone doing? How's everyone good? Everyone good? Let me see who we got here. First of all, I will say before I see who we got here, Paparevolt will be joining us very shortly. Paparevolt is going to be arriving soon, and we'll just be coming in and sitting down at some point. That's why there's an empty chair. No, it's not. We're not doing a Charlie Kirk interview. We're just waiting for Paparevolt, but he'll be here in a few moments. So we're gonna have Paparevolt in here to chat with us about some of the things happening in the news. Okay. All right. Let's see who we got in here. We got Doug. Hello, Doug. Always glad to see you here, Doug. Whoops. Just drop the staff, folks. We got Asmit. Hello, Asmit. Glad to see you here, Asmit. 99 red balloons. 99 Luftballons. Ihrem Weg zum Horizont. Okay. Hello, 99 red balloons. Yes, fuck ice. Absolutely. Hello, SoCal. Glad to see you here, SoCal. Gluteomyalgia. Hello, gluteomyalgia. Very happy to hear you here. As a matter of fact, I hear Paparevolt entering the room now, so he will probably be coming over at the moment. Let's see here. We also got Lee Lane. Hello, Lee Lane. Yes, Paparevolt is here, so we shall be seeing Paparevolt here. There he is. There's Paparevolt. All right. Okay. Go ahead and have a seat. I think you got everything here. You got this thing Move that there. I'll move some of my shit around for you. Get out stuff out of the way because I'm a hog. I'm a pig. All right. So I can move it a little bit this way. Maybe.
That's okay. I'll just lean.
There we go. That's good. That's good. We like that. Okay. All right. Okay. So let me see who else we got here. Who else do we got here? We got gluteomyalgia. Hello, ass pain. We have Lee Lane. Hello, Lee Lane. Macy. Hello, Macy. Love having you here, Macy. Glad to have Macy back. Okay. Doug, we have, I hope he hasn't become enraged reading conservative. No doubt, Doug, he is going to be enraged, I'm pretty sure. I'm sure my father will be enraged very shortly here. Hello, Mithril. Hello, Mithril. Mithril from the UK, father. Doug being from the Dakotas. All right, we got hello, Cody. Glad to see you here, Cody. Hello, fellow human being, also from the UK. I'm just telling my father what I know about some of the folks in here, guys, so that he knows, he starts to get to know you better. Outer Signal says hello, everyone. Outer Signal being from Nigeria. Hello, Outer Signal. We got Fetty Spaghetti. Hello, Fetty Spaghetti. I'm not sure where Fetty Spaghetti's from the USA, I'm pretty sure. Hello, Fetty Spaghetti. Glad to see you here. You have great nails, by the way, Fetty Spaghetti. Great nails, and I love your image of all your images of your animals. Love that. We also got here Meowzord. Hello, Meowzord. Greetings to you, Meowzord. Meowzord out in California. Okay, gluteomyalgia. Skipping people that we've already said hi to. See, we're having a discussion here. Yeah, I saw that, Mithril. The National Guard is out and about in Minneapolis giving protesters coffees and donuts in what could be called a propaganda campaign to win over hearts and minds. Yes, Outer Signal would love to watch Culinary Wars. It looks delicious. Cody, it wasn't that discombobulated. It wasn't that discombobulated. I just need to move it around a bit, okay? All right, Macon. Hello, Macon. Imagine, I'm not that late. I was only 10 minutes late, okay? That is like a record for me, okay? Hello, Loiso. Welcome, Loiso. Glad to have you here, Loiso. Loiso Pondova, recent immigrant to the, well, I don't know if it's recent, but from the Central Europe, from Central Asia, Russia, etc. I am not quite sure where you came from, Loiso.
An immigrant here?
Yes, Loiso is.
But wasn't the wall high enough?
Oh my God, what an asshole. Okay. All right. So thank you. Yes. Hello, Body Swap. Hello. Hello, Body Swap. Glad to see you here as well. Okay, 1 year. Okay, I've been here for 1 year. Loisa's quite bright and quite insightful. Very funny too. Okay, Alyssa. Hello, Alyssa's here from Missouri. All right. I did not, a Bright Love. Welcome, a Bright Love. I have not heard about the Predator drones over Minneapolis. That sounds horrifying. Dear God. Okay. Mithril. Did I miss anyone? AMA Gaming is here. Hello, AMA Gaming. Sir Bartholomew from Canada. Hello, hello. Hiyori also from the UK. Hello, hello. All right. Okay, yeah, you guys might have to battle in the trenches here because I do have subs only mode off. We got Weird Amorphous Blob here. Excellent. Thank you, Weird Amorphous Blob. All right, guys, let me get through. We got Toy from the Brazil. Paparevolt, she says, I absolutely admire you and your son. Thank you. Matt Saigai says, screw you, Sam. Screw you, Matt Saigai. Matt Saigai being also from the UK. Oh my god, gosh, dear Lord. I'm sorry, guys. This is taking a while. We got a lot of people saying hello. Meowzord, it's almost like having Paparevolt here is like popular. And I'm just, you know, I'm just something to be tossed aside.
Trash.
Like an object. I'm like trash. Exactly. Okay. Meowzord says, wonder if when Dad had twins, he predicted he'd be live streaming with his son saying, hello, ass pain. Oh, you know, it happens, Meowzord. Hello. And we have someone in here called gluteomyalgia, which means ass. Okay. Okay. All right. SoCal. Hello, SoCal. SoCal out from SoCal. Am I missing anyone? Globals here? Anyone? You're late. Asmit, how dare you? I am not that late. All right. I think everyone else, you know what? We're just going to get going, okay? We're just going to get going. So, guys, we got a lot to talk about today. My dad is just going to be joining us as we go through some of the horror of the world, all right? Some of the horror of the world. The first thing I would like to talk to you all about is, you know, we have some updates. By the way, as always, folks, if we get 1 super chat, Jester hat. If we get 3 super chats, Jester collar. If we get 5 super chats, Paparevolt will have to paint my face. Is that okay with you? I haven't even asked him if he's okay with it, but he's going to have to be okay with it. Paparevolt will have to paint my face, okay? And if we get to 7, you guys get to do a Q&A of Paparevolt and I, where you get to ask whatever you want. Of course, we can decide what to answer or not answer, regardless. Okay, how dare you, Mithril? Oh my God, Mithril. Okay, how many for Paparevolt to put on the hat and collar? Oh, well, ho, 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 ho. Paparevolt, would you be okay with putting on the collar and the hat?
Whatever happened to respect of your elders?
So, I mean, we could do that. I kind of like that idea. Sure, we can make it so that Paparevolt has to put on the collar. All right. Okay, yes, gluteomyalgia. If someone donates 1K, Paparevolt will circumcise CR with a chain breaker. You know, I don't think I want that to happen on stream, but I do appreciate the thought. Thank you guys for that. Okay, thank you guys, you lunatics. Okay, be respectful. Be respectful. Okay, be respectful. There's an elder in the room. Okay, a very, 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 very old man is here, and we have to be respectful of that. Okay. Okay. I think I just traumatized him. All right. So,
I don't answer ridiculous people. And by the way, before we go on, first of all, want to apologize. I was out a little bit earlier today shoveling 12 inches of snow out of our driveway and also wading through about 10 inches of snow out back
Yeah.
to get to our bird feeder. So I'm a little tired, mellow tired, and oh, there you go. Sorry.
Why are you apologizing in advance? We haven't even started yet. What are you talking about? You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry for my son. Okay,
There we go. That I'm acceptable with that. Okay. I'm banning. Okay, Outer Signal says I'm banning anyone who annoys Paparevolt even a little bit. You might need to ban me, then Outer Signal. All right, guys. So let's get into it. You know what, SoCal? Excuse you, SoCal. Excuse you, SoCal. Okay, back up, SoCal. All right. So let's begin, shall we, Father? I thought we could take a look first. If you look over here on some things over on Twitch, or not Twitch, Twitter, also known as X. Okay. And
Yeah.
guys, there's been some stuff going on in the news. I don't know if you know that.
Yep.
There's been some stuff happening in the world.
I keep up with the news.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's some stuff I wanted to talk to you all about. The first thing is this. I thought it was interesting. So, okay. Everyone ready for the horror? All right. First of all, this is a report here that I found. Apparently, Pam Bondi, we all know Pam Bondi, right? Right, Dad? You know Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi sent a letter to Minnesota officials yesterday saying that ICE would leave the state of Minnesota, would leave the state of Minnesota if Minnesota turns over its voter files to the Trump administration.
Mm-hmm.
For those who don't know, Pam Bondi is the Attorney General of the American government. She's a Trump-appointed official that is very powerful and sort of has the ability to prosecute people on the sake of the government, okay? So she is basically demanding that Minnesota turn over its voter files to the Trump administration, and then she will agree to let ICE leave the state. Now, that's kind of dark. That is basically like, it's like the threat of state violence. It's like, we will stop doing state violence to your state if you give us something that we want. Okay.
Now, I want to point something out here for those of you who don't understand this whole thing, and that is voting is a state-run public service, so to speak. In other words, states can actually set up guidelines and rules on how to register and what happens to the files afterwards. And so for her to demand it, that explains why she's demanding it, because the federal government can't just step in and take them.
Yep.
And number two,
Well, 1 second, Dad. You're also right, Alyssa. She's also demanding the files for like SNAP benefits and I think other things too. But go ahead, Dad.
investigate all this fraud.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
so it'd be up to the state to release them, but the states are kind of bound. When I say kind of, it's been a tradition. You don't release those. When you vote, it's a private vote. So to release the files would be violating that.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is kind of like a organized crime move here to do something evil. The bottom line is, so the crime syndicate called the Trump administration is exercising um, threats and all of that. You know,
Mm-hmm.
we won't kill you and your family as long as you give up the other things that we want.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
literally,
that's
'cause
basically what it's
yeah.
like.
Yep, while also denying that they murdered that person that
Oh,
in Minnesota.
yep.
Okay, so why do we think they might do? Why do we think they might be doing this? What do we think the goal? I suspect, guys, that they're trying to get information so that they can delegitimize any vote that occurs in Minnesota, and they can be like, "Oh, it's full of crime and corruption and fraud, and we need to take over the voting system," or whatever it may be. It's almost like they're just trying to find a reason,
Hmm.
or they're trying to find a reason to kick a whole bunch of people off the rolls in Minnesota, which only the state can do, I'm pretty sure. But
Yeah.
they're going to be using that sort of a terror attack. Yep, right, Hayori, correct. Okay, they want to cook the election. That's what I think. Outer signal. All right.
And also, it's a using an old naval term. It's a shot across the bow for anybody that they the crime syndicate. Um, it's a shot across their bow to scare everybody else. It's also a scare tactic, and and the thing is, even Republican Secretary of States of the various states, even Republican observers of the last presidential election, general election, said this was probably the most secure election vote-wise ever in the history of the
Mhm.
United States. They actually said that. You can look it up. I don't care. And they said that. And yet these people like Pam Bondi, who knows diddly shit about voting, um, just because she's an attorney doesn't mean she knows. Trump, who's well, we know what Trump is. Um, th- they're trying to go against what a lot of the experts and the observers, the official observers of the election, are saying about this election.
Yeah, correct.
And there are people out there who believe the Trump crime syndicate.
Absolutely. Some comments here, guys. Luke, by state, some. Trying to see here, guys, what you got. Remember, yes, guys, remember what I said? How like a lot of times they like to fascist regimes like to create a parallel government organization that then like beats the rest of the government into submission and things like that. That's kind of how they're using ICE at this moment, right? By using ICE to threaten a state government to release information, that's very SS like. Like you create a parallel organization that then you use to beat the rest of the government with. So gluteomyalgia, OCR, I made a revelation about the ICE raids. They've mostly ramped up in non-stand your ground states, Texas, Arizona, New Mexico. Aha. Mm-hmm. And stand your ground. Yep, that's interesting, gluteomyalgia. I need to look more into that. You're right, SoCal. They just want total control over everything. States in this administration's mind have no rights. Absolutely. Okay. Meowsword, I don't think I have seen that article, Meowsword. I'll take a look at it. Okay.
I think that the Trump crime syndicate is spinning a web of falsehoods to get their way.
Did you pick up that fake spider just to make that analogy?
Yes.
I'm disgusted. Okay, moving on. So we have here, okay, this is the letter that Pam Bondi sent the state, okay? Pam Bondi sent the state. Here it is, all right? And I just wanted to read this part of it to you, okay? Don't compliment him. Don't compliment him on the use of a prop. How dare all of you? How
Prop.
dare all of you? Okay. So here's what she said. It's very, very 1984. Everyone ready for this? Okay. All right. Third, allow the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice to access voter rolls to confirm that Minnesota's voter registration practices comply with federal law as authorized by the Civil Rights Act of 1960. Kind of gross that they're using the Civil Rights Act as a
When they
reference
don't
point.
believe in civil
Yeah,
rights.
when they definitely don't believe in civil rights. Okay, that law was created to make sure that states and local municipalities were not discriminating against black people in elections, and that the federal government could come in to make sure that states weren't interfering.
Allowing people to vote as opposed to having their votes writing. That's the cold speaking, as opposed to having their voting rights taken away. In other words, for instance, prior to that act, uh, if you went to vote, if you were a black American, they would make you take a reading and writing test, and also just give that make sure you could read and write, and also too they would have questions about fundamental things that you were expected to know if you're a U.S. citizen, and if you couldn't do any of those, boop, sorry.
Mhm. And they would purposely make the questions very hard if there was a black person there. Like they'd be like, name every judge in the state and like things like that, insane questions. Okay, so they're using that law saying that the federal government needs to come into Minnesota to monitor the elections and make sure they're fair. Okay, so she's saying fulfilling this common sense request will guarantee will fulfilling this common sense request will better guarantee free and fair elections and boost confidence in the rule of law. Isn't that hilarious? Wow, wow. I am confident that these simple steps will bring back law and order to Minnesota and improve the lives of Americans. Isn't that cute? Hello, Louise. Isn't that adorable? Um, it is the time has come for state and local officials in your state to change course. As the chief law enforcement officer of the United States, I am committed to enforcing federal immigration laws and keeping every American safe, except for the ones we murder in broad daylight in the middle of the street. Minnesota can and should be a partner with this administration. Do not obstruct federal immigration enforcement. Do not allow rioters to take over the streets and houses of worship. Do not hinder federal officials from investigating financial fraud and violations of election laws. Whether state and local politicians stand in the way or not, we will work every day to protect Americans and make Minnesota safe again. I request that you join us in that effort.
Then let's kick out ICE, okay? Let's shut up, Pam Bondi, and once again the TCS. I'm going to say TCS now instead of the Trump crime syndicate.
Okay.
You know, that's what would make America safe. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah. No, you're right, Rebel. And there hasn't been a riot. I have not seen
No.
a riot at all. Honestly, if there were riots, anyway, wouldn't mind. Anyway, but okay, so there's that. I wanted to quickly
By
show
now
you.
you've seen
You all know I'm
this-
not a huge fan of Chris Murphy. I'm pretty sure is he a Corpo Dem, guys? I'm pretty sure he's a Corpo Dem. But he just had this to say about the this letter. All right, so let's quickly listen to him, see what he has to say about it. They should have, Luke. Actually, that's what I said before, folks. The government would have been well suited to de-escalate after Renee Good, but Trump
Yeah.
and his regime are incapable of taking the strategic move here, okay? If they wanted to make the resistance movement die, they could have easily just stopped after Renee Good and then moved to a different state or whatever, but they're too hard-headed and too fascist to do that. Okay.
horrific video. Another individual killed in Minnesota. It's just fucking
I'll turn it up.
awful, the inhumanity of this. We cannot fund ICE as it is constituted today. But we found out something else really important today. Pam Bondi sent a letter to state officials in Minnesota in which she made a list of demands for ICE to leave Minneapolis. And one of those demands was that the state turn over its voter rolls to the federal government. This has never been about public safety. Minneapolis is a much less safe place today because ICE is there.
By the way, like 60% of all the murders that have taken place in Minneapolis since the beginning of the year have been ICE murders. 60% of all the murders in Minneapolis since the beginning of this year. Now it's only, it's been less than a month, but still.
This is likely about trying to rig and steal the election.
Thank
Donald
you,
Trump is
99
wildly
Rebels.
unpopular. He is not committed to democracy. And he knows the only way that his movement is to retain power, the only way that his corporate allies retain power, his billionaire allies retain power this November, is for Trump to steal the election. And so he's saying to Minneapolis, if you don't give me control of the voter rolls, then ICE isn't leaving. And you can see that if he gets away with it in Minnesota, he's likely to try it in places like Philadelphia and Phoenix.
You think it's a test run?
Other key cities in swing states. So understand why it's so important for us to draw a line. I have been arguing all weekend that the Senate should not pass funding for the Department of Homeland Security. First and foremost, because this is a rogue agency that is operating outside of the law and is killing American citizens. But also because the underlying game here may be to steal the 2026 election. And no senator, but in particular no Democratic senator, should play a part in that.
Okay, guys. Yeah, now I did just get informed. Okay, so what we're going to do here, folks, the White House is about to go live.
By now you've seen...
Oh, it's been dead for a long time.
I know. And guys, I know not everyone likes listening to what Caroline Leavitt has to say because she's a...
Night of the Living Dead.
Yeah, because she's a bootlicking propagandist hack. But I'm going to, as soon as they come on, it'd be interesting for my dad to watch it as well. So we'll get back to that when it comes on, okay? I know, Meowser, I know you hate it. I know everyone hates it, but just to see what the regime is saying, it is important to understand the talking points they're using and things like that. So we will go to Caroline Leavitt here when she goes live, okay? Thank you, Doug, for telling me about that. Let's go on to the next post here. You identify as the antithesis of Caroline Leavitt. That's why I love you, Macy. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So let's see here. Some other stuff here. I thought it'd be interested to sort of talk about in regards to this. Okay. Here we have a clip from Fox News. Okay. Just to show you how they're talking about us. Just to show you how they're talking about us and the danger of how they're talking about us, right? The danger of how they're talking about us. This is a clip from Fox News. Basically, you can guess what this gentleman is going to say. He's not a gentleman. This is Tom Burchett. He's the Republican congressperson from Tennessee. So everyone want to hear what that Fox News is saying about the people in Minnesota who are resisting government authoritarianism? Let's take a listen.
He needs to divert all this attention. He needs to say everybody needs to chill out and go home. These paid protesters, which you're seeing a lot of, it's just like Memphis, Tennessee. They sent in the National Guard, and all the paid protesters were on the news saying how horrible it was. Then they go back and interview some of the people that live in the projects and some of those rougher areas, the moms that have lost kids. They said, "Dadgum, we're glad you're here." And I think that's what you'll see. If the president were to send them in, I think that would be a good idea to get this thing under control, because that is exactly what you're seeing is paid protesters. And sure, those from locals that are caught up in it, there always is. But this is clearly an organized event. And every one of them, you see, as soon as...
Guys, it is organized, but not in the way he thinks.
ICE. You know, I'm wondering if he's one of these guys that can look at you and tell you right away what's wrong with you. Oh, you got some cancer in your nose, or wow, you got a big boil on your butt. I mean, without even knowing you, he's just looking and making these assessments. And when you hear the TCS talking about how the Democrats and these people, that they're stirring the people up, this guy is the same thing. Well, actually, no, it's not the same thing. This guy is worse.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like...
Would you say, Dad, it's basically just about ideology? Like, he doesn't care what the truth is. It's just immediately when he sees people resisting the Trump administration, he immediately says they're paid agitators. Okay? It's like they are creating their own reality at this point.
Exactly. He's just looking at this and making it fit his reality. You know, kind of like Hitler in the bunker.
Yeah, Meowsword.
Kind of like Hitler in the bunker. Send out this squadron of Luftwaffe up. Call up these guards, and they didn't exist. But in Hitler's mind, they did. Hitler didn't know what the hell was going on out there. This guy doesn't know what the hell is going on out there, and yet he's making these assessments.
Yeah, of course. Let's finish watching it here.
They organize who's out there. You've got the liberal media, the National Socialist, all those communist groups. They're
The Dad, did you know that the National Socialists were a communist group? Dad, did you know that the National Socialists were a communist group?
Oh my God!
Hilarious, guys, hilarious.
there to divert, and that's exactly what they want. They're anarchists. They're in Congress. They want to destroy our country. They hate our country. They hate our flag. They hate our veterans. They hate our God. They hate democracy, and they hate capitalism. They want to destroy it and create some kind of woke utopia. That's what's all behind it. The governor needs to show some leadership and tell those people to stand down.
And I know.
Oh my God!
Oh, isn't that great?
Why don't you tell, the armed people who are using their weapons against people who are not using weapons against them, ICE, they're the ones that need to stand down here, you butt plug.
You butt plug. I love it.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
No,
what
that's okay. That worked. I like that. That's a good one. Butt plug. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fox News is totally a plague, Lemire. Absolutely. Welcome back, Lemire. Glad to see you here. Can we also just say that communists, anarchists, national socialists, all these things are different, and liberals are all different things. Like, I can't. All right. That's just my teacher coming out. I'm like,
it is different.
he can't be that dumb, right?
And even within each of them, there's different groups with them.
Yeah.
It's well.
Right, weird amorphous blah, but socialism is in the name. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm just all right. So yeah. It's funny to me. Very funny to me. Okay. All right. So there's that. That's kind of shit that Fox News is saying.
Is Levitt on yet?
What do you mean if Levitt on here?
Isn't
He
she
needs
supposed to
to
be coming?
divert
Yeah, we have
all
that.
this
Oh, there she is.
attention.
Wait,
He
wait,
needs to
wait,
say
hold on.
everybody
It's
needs to chill
wait,
out and
relax.
go. Who's out?
Sorry, I'm not talking to him, not you. Like I was telling him not you to chill. Okay. So, here's Caroline Levitt. We're just going to go to this live press conference here, guys. All right. And we know she's not going to say anything valuable, but at least it'll be something to watch, something for us to see. Let's see what she says. Look how happy she is. Oh, she's like, yay, fascism. Okay, let's go.
Coming in on a snow day for the rest of the government in the country. And as much of the country feels the impacts of that winter storm, President Trump continues to monitor the situation closely, and he has remained in constant contact with FEMA and emergency responders.
Yeah,
President
he
Trump
defunded
also
FEMA.
quickly
Yeah, he did
approved
defund
12 federal emergency disaster declarations within 24 hours for the states of Arkansas, Georgia,
SoCal
Indiana,
says,
Kentucky,
look, it's Trump's
Louisiana,
auto bidet.
Maryland, Mississippi,
It's what?
Trump's
North
auto
Carolina,
bidet.
South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia, enabling these states to access critical federal resources to supplement their response efforts if needed. These declarations will help state-led efforts of turning power back on, clearing roads for emergency services, and keeping...
Okay, obviously starting with propaganda,
The White
blah,
House
blah,
will
blah.
Yeah,
continue
look how
to
great I am.
correspond directly with governors and local officials in the coming days, especially in those states that were harshly impacted by this storm. I would also like to address the chaotic scenes in Minnesota over the weekend.
God, here we go.
Nobody in the White House, including President Trump, wants to see people getting hurt or killed in America's streets. This includes Renee Good, Alex Preddy, the brave men and women of federal law enforcement.
Then why'd you say it was okay to
and
do it?
many
Okay.
Americans who have been victimized at the hands of illegal alien criminals. Saturday's shooting remains under active investigation by Homeland Security Investigations
Don't trust
and
it.
the FBI.
Don't trust
The
him.
Customs and Border Protection is also conducting their own internal review. As
Don't
President
trust it.
Trump said yesterday,
Lies.
the administration is reviewing
They're all
everything
cucks
with
of Trump.
respect to the shooting, and we will let that investigation play out. But let's be clear about the circumstances which led to that moment on Saturday. This tragedy occurred as a result of a deliberate and hostile resistance by Democrat leaders in Minnesota.
Oh,
For
God.
weeks, Governor Walz and the Mayor Jacob Fry and other elected Democrats were spreading lies about federal law enforcement officers who are risking their lives daily to remove the worst criminal illegal aliens from our streets.
Like that, what?
Murderers,
3-year-old
rapists,
they took?
pedophiles.
Yeah, right? Like the 3-year-old, you mean was it like a 5-year-old? I can't remember how
Something
old
like
they
that,
were.
little, with a backpack.
Yeah, that dangerous criminal. By the way, it hasn't been figured out, folks. It's been like 60 some percent of the people arrested have not been criminals.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Files, human traffickers, and gang members.
Right,
Governor
Lemira.
Walz and Mayor Fry have shamefully blocked.
Also, the funny thing how
local
she's
and
saying they want to go after people who assault children when they won't fully release the Epstein files to begin with.
Yep.
Okay.
police from cooperating with ICE, actively inhibiting efforts to arrest violent criminals. They have also used their platforms to encourage left-wing agitators to stalk, record, confront, and obstruct federal officers who are just trying to lawfully perform their duties, which has created dangerous situations threatening both these officers and the general public and Minnesotans alike. This is precisely what unfolded in Minneapolis on Saturday morning. Obstructing federal law enforcement and inciting violence against officers is wrong and illegal. This used to be
Who has
a
been inciting
universally
violence against them?
accepted position in the United States. Amid the hysteria, we must remember how we got here to this moment today and what this Democrat
Trump was
opposition is
elected.
about.
Yeah.
Former President Joe
true.
Biden and the Democrats
Oh, God,
opened
here we go.
America's borders for 4 years. And
Dad, in our community, we have a saying, Biden, because that's always what they do.
And you know what? If you look at the figures under Biden, especially at last year he was president, they rounded up thousands of immigrants and repatriated them. And, and they keep saying he did nothing. But, of course, then he didn't use the tactics that, it just... This is Herman Goering talking here, or Hermione Goering.
Hermione Goering.
God.
Okay.
inviting tens of millions of illegal aliens from all over the world to flood into our country. Among them, violent criminals who terrorized American communities and have inflicted devastating, permanent pain and harm on law-abiding Americans and their families.
Just, you know what? I looked this up. Real recently, let's say like in the past couple days. The percent of violent crimes committed here in the U.S. are not done by immigrants. They're done by native-born Americans. Okay? They're done by people born here. Mass shootings, the clear majority of them are white males, and the majority of them are part of the far right. This is from the FBI's own research into mass shootings. Not mine, not somebody off that's a liberal or a communist. This is the FBI themselves who said that. So what are we doing about them since they're the biggest threat? Huh?
You remember Kyle Rittenhouse, Dad?
Don't let me. He takes a gun to go and take care of those protesters and shoot somebody. And then he cries, oh God. And he put on trial and he's found not guilty. And he's suddenly a big hero to the MAGA people. They talk him, they show him praise and respect. Even Trump did. And it's ridiculous. He becomes a hero, and now he thinks he's wearing big boy pants and big boy diapers. No longer the regular diapers. Kyle Rittenhouse, okay, he shot somebody, and he went down there saying that he was going to go there to protect with his gun. Okay, and what happens? This poor guy who was recently shot, yes, he had a gun with him. Yes, he had a right to carry that, which is something that the far right, just the right, the MAGA and the
Hello, Mr.
TCS
Kincaid.
all backed up, right, the Second Amendment right. And yet this man, who never pulled his gun on him on the ice the other day, didn't pull it on. They actually took it from him. And then they shot him numerous times. And what do they say? The patriots were just protecting themselves. And Trump even said he shouldn't have had a gun on him.
That's for sure the nation. You're right.
And so it's like that they elevate somebody who shot somebody going down looking for trouble. He actually carried this weapon, a a rifle, I think it was,
Mm-hmm.
and said he
An
was just
assault rifle,
protecting
I
himself.
think.
And yet, this poor guy didn't even pull the gun, and he's suddenly a radical leftist, a domestic terrorist, and he shouldn't have had that gun. He legally had the gun.
Yeah.
You know, what do you all this Second Amendment crap that spews out of your butts, the Republicans, it's only good for them. They only want their people to have these guns. But when somebody has a gun and doesn't even use it, doesn't even pull it out and point it at anybody like Written Baby did.
Mm-hmm. Did you hear that
he's suddenly a criminal?
Did you hear that the NRA came out? Now, they didn't make a very strong statement, but they basically are they're like, we need to investigate this, because even they are like, this isn't an excuse to kill. Like, well, we're not fully sure yet.
Is that guy still the head of it?
Probably Wayne LaPierre.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what's interesting. They're a monstrous organization. Like,
They
are absolutely horrific. But I think someone might need to correct me on this. They came out and basically said this needs to be investigated, because you can't just kill someone for having a gun, even, especially since you've removed it. But anyway, okay, which is really weird for them. But okay. I don't know, Alyssa, if we'd want to do that. My dad has actually watched the Necessary Conversation with me, and I feel like Bob would give my dad a heart attack, and I'd rather not watch that happen on stream.
Bob is just, oh my God. Talk about Stranger Things.
Yeah.
Bob.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Do you think Hassan will have my dad on his show? Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop talking about that. Just a few notes here before we continue with the press conference. I just want to make sure you guys get your comments heard by my dad. Imagine if Paparevolt could debate. Okay, we got that one. Okay. Here we go. The facts don't care about your feelings, crowd. This is from The Nation. The facts don't care about your feelings, crowd certainly has a lot of feelings lately, in reference to the Republicans. They don't care about facts. They just care about their feelings. Meowsword says Kyle Rittenhouse, was protecting white people, so it's different. Yeah. Okay. Bob is brain dead. That's my guilty pleasure. Sam, oh, I know. Me too, Doug. You got me onto it, Doug. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Dolly Boy, for the super chat. Okay, we'll put on the jester hat. All right. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Okay, guys, let's continue.
Yet we never saw outrage from Democrats or their allies in the liberal media over these horrifying crimes against U.S. citizens. The pain of American angel families was ignored and dismissed because it undermined the Democrat narrative. Innocent Americans like Jocelyn Nungren, Laken Riley, and Rachel Morin are just a few of the many victims savagely murdered by illegal alien criminals.
Start listing the kids that were killed at Sandy Hook by a crazed right-wing gun-toting murderer. Let's hear those names.
I suspect we won't, Dad.
The long criminal history who came into our country under Joe Biden's administration threw a baseball-sized stone at a school bus carrying children in New Jersey and fractured the skull of an 8-year-old innocent child. President Trump promised accountability to these American families by securing the border, deporting every illegal alien who has committed crimes, especially and most importantly, violent crimes. Nearly 80 million Americans voted for him to deliver on that very promise. More
of these immigrants are picking up are not criminals. The clear majority are not. Even by some of the FBI's own statistics.
Macon says, why do they always mispronounce democratic as Democrat? Because, Macon, they don't want to use the word democratic because democracy is considered a good thing in the United States. Well, it's supposed to. So they think the word democratic either confuses people or links the Democrat Party to democracy. So they use the word Democrat because they're trying to demonize the Democrats. Not they don't want to use the
term. Oh, you're
yeah,
Democrat.
Even though the proper term would in fact be democratic, but they never want to use that. My Meowsword, you know what, Meowsword, we'll ask that, guys. If we get to 7 super chats, then we can do a Q&A and you can ask my dad questions and me questions. 2 more super chats we'll put on the caller. Okay, 5 make up 7. We'll do a Q&A, all right?
As the duly elected president, the president is fulfilling the will of the people by arresting and removing these threats
Not
from our
according to the
country
latest polls.
in cities from Los Angeles to New York and, yes, Minneapolis.
Aren't I an asshole,
Yet
Meowsword?
Democrat leaders in Minnesota with sanctuary city policies have actively defied federal immigration law and the will of the people. And as a result of that defiance, 2 Minnesotans have now tragically lost their lives on the streets of Tim Walz's state. It is President Trump's hope and wish and demand for the resistance and chaos to end today.
Oh, Dad, don't you love that? That's like Emperor Palpatine of the Empire. The resistance must end. She literally just said, "We want the resistance to end." That's like Disney villain level shit, or like.
Also too, once again, I'm a history teacher, or social studies. Taught a lot of history over my years and took a lot of courses. It's almost like blaming the French resistance of World War II in France to the killing of a lot of French people. It's like blaming FDR for the deaths of all the American troops, all the American military, for dying fighting the fascist Japanese, Italians, and Germans. That's what she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
This is so blatantly evil, wrong. I wish I had better words for it.
Isn't it terrible how the language has been so diluted because we've had to use these words for so long that they don't mean? It's like there's not even good words for what these people are doing anymore. Which is, yeah.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to try to calm down. I'm getting worked up.
Do you need your blood pressure medication?
A shot of whiskey.
Well, we could do that later.
Or a dark rum.
Maybe we should do
We
should do an after dark stream sometime together, Dad, where we drink together. Anyway, all right, you can do that on stream. All right, let's continue.
That's why President Trump spoke with Governor Walz directly this morning, and he has outlined a clear and simple path to restoring law and order in Minnesota. Number 1, Governor Walz, Mayor Fry, and all Democrat leaders should turn over all criminal illegal aliens currently incarcerated in their prisons and jails to federal authorities, along with any illegal aliens with active warrants or known criminal histories for immediate deportation.
They want more than
Number
that, though.
2, state and local law
Good call,
enforcement
Meowsword.
must agree to turn over all illegal aliens who are arrested by local police. And then thirdly, local police must assist federal law enforcement in apprehending and detaining illegal aliens who are wanted for crimes, especially violent crimes. If Governor Walz and Mayor
some of the people they've picked up, a lot of the people don't have any criminal records. And once again, I'm going back to the little kids they're picking up. The little kids. Really, what did that little kid do? Shoot somebody with a squirt gun playing? Come on, Caroline.
11. Yeah.
Whatever the
11.
hell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Her
Oh,
name.
sorry. I thought we should. Okay.
Don't say the name.
Yeah. Don't say that. Oh, yeah. So Elliot Waffle says, wait, why would we deport people who are currently serving prison sentences?
Yeah, exactly.
That's obstruction of justice. That's actually an interesting point. Okay. Yeah. And now, guys, they are framing. Meowsword says the ICE agents were protecting that little abandoned boy. Yeah, that's what they say. They claim that's how they're framing it. And then Doug says KKK Caroline. Yeah.
I like that.
Yep. That little kid's crime was being brown and alive. That is correct, gluteomyalgia. All right.
Yep.
We continue.
Implement these common sense cooperative measures that I will add have already been implemented in nearly every single other state.
It does
across
kind of,
the
Lemire,
country.
doesn't it?
Customs and Border Patrol will not be needed to support ICE on the ground in Minnesota. ICE and local law enforcement can peacefully work
Common
together
sense.
as they are effectively doing in so many other states.
I've heard
and
that before in
jurisdictions.
things that
Additionally, President Trump
that the Nazi government in Germany would say, that Mussolini's fascist party would say.
Yep.
That
Yep.
I could go on.
We're going
and
to
on
talk
and on.
about the Führerprinzip right after this, about how they,
And Generalissimo Francisco Franco.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff he said to justify that they were right in committing these crimes against humanity.
Trump is calling on the United States Congress to immediately pass legislation ending sanctuary cities once and for all. American cities should be safe sanctuaries for law-abiding citizens only, not for dangerous illegal
Right,
alien
Brit live.
criminals who broke our nation's laws and do not belong here.
Well, that
We hope
also
Governor
means
Walz will do the right thing and continue to work with President Trump to keep the American people safe.
they go after people born here, naturalized citizens here that have committed crimes and lock them up. You know, if you're so worried about this, and the majority of these immigrants are not criminals, then why are you going after the non-criminal ones? Okay, a lot of them live peacefully in their communities, and their communities with people in them that were born in the U.S. enjoy having them as neighbors. Why don't you go out and arrest Kyle Rittenhouse? He's threatened to show up in Minnesota.
Right,
and,
Dr. Gamble.
Yeah, and it's like, really? And
Doc-
you're proud of this guy?
Dr. Gamble says a good citizen has nothing to hide. He's joking, as in like,
Okay.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, so there you go.
That's hilarious.
God.
Mm-hmm.
You know the only reason why Trump picked her?
Why?
White, female, and blonde. I mean, really. You look at a lot of the people he surrounds himself with.
And she also is, does a lot. She pretends to be Christian too. She always wears that cross. Now, doesn't have it on now, but she typically has a cross around her neck as well. So Christian blonde, evangelical Christian blonde, white. Okay.
I think she's wearing a color now that she's trying to show us what her heart looks like.
Exactly. Oh, I thought she was wearing that for Stephen Miller's heart, but hey, they either one could be.
Her too.
Yeah. Okay. They're trying to color match. All right.
Call this morning. Americans overwhelmingly want exactly what President Trump is delivering.
Dude.
Strong borders and strict immigration enforcement against the worst illegal aliens.
That's,
of which there
you
are
keep
still
saying that. Doesn't make it
hundreds of
true. Don't care how much you say it. That doesn't make it true. That's not what they're doing.
You okay, Dan?
Hell, you released the former president of Honduras, was it?
Yes, I think it was the former president of Honduras. Or
Yeah,
Guatemala. Yeah.
who was known as being a huge global drug trafficker, helping the drug cartels. And it wasn't just the U.S. that viewed him that way. It was other countries. And yet he set them free. So we know it was a miscarriage of justice. Bullshit. 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 And when I say that, I'm insulting the bull.
Mm-hmm. That's for sure. Poor bull.
thousands to deport from the interior of our country. The most peaceful way to carry out this vital public safety mission is for Republicans and Democrats to do it together, and for state and local law enforcement to work together with federal law enforcement. We want to let cops be cops. You wouldn't know this continues to be a very popular policy position from the biased media coverage over the course of the last few days.
What does she mean? We want let the cops be cops. Okay. Now, her definition of a cop is it somebody that likes to go out and shoot people just because they don't like them, to round up people who are innocent? Is that the type of cop? Or she's talking about cops who are human, who actually go out and try to bring justice and try to be fair? My brother was one of those. Received a lot of support from the community and praise because they said he was different. Okay, he was human. He viewed the job as wanting to go out and help people, even those that were criminals. There's a reason why they are. Now, he didn't justify it that way, and he didn't treat them like, oh, you just go home. But he knew that there was more to a story or to a person than what you just see or what you'd been told. And she wants the first type of cop, just like ICE. She wants them like ICE.
Well, in her defense, a lot of cops would love to be unleashed on American citizens. A lot of cops would. I'm not saying all of them, but yeah, it's strange how this is almost like stochastic terrorism in a way. She's kind of like telling cops on the ground, please go out there and be brutal, and enact our will for us. Since they don't have direct control, this is kind of like Führerprinzip, which we're going to talk about later. Gleichschaltung, as they said in Germany, but we'll talk about that later. But all right.
Huge support
outer
for this
signal.
exact thing President Trump is calling for. More than 80% of Americans favor deporting illegal aliens convicted of
Yeah,
violent
Luke. It's also that the implication. There's also an implication there of like we'll excuse you if you do break the law, or you'll have qualified immunity, so you can get away with this, and Trump will protect you. Okay. Victoria, he does have water. He has water. He's fine. I already asked him. He has water.
Water, please,
Oh my
son,
God.
please.
God. Okay. Jesus. All right.
crimes.
There. See.
A country unable to deport criminals who enter.
Do you think you all think I'm a monster, don't you? You all think I'm just trying to like kill my father. How dare all of you? You think I'm doing this just okay. You all should be ashamed of yourselves. How dare you? You all know I'm a gentle and kind soul.
Damn it, this is water, not vodka, son.
I'm sorry, Dad. we could fix that problem if you'd like. All right.
Illegally is no country at all. The open borders agenda of Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and the Democrats was already on the ballot on
There you go,
November
outer
5th,
signal.
2024, and it was resoundingly rejected.
Doug,
President Trump will never back down
I saw
from
that,
his
Doug.
promise to deport violent criminal illegal aliens and make America safe
Once again, it's not
He
going to make
welcomes
it
our
true.
cooperation in that effort.
Most that they're
With that, I
rounding
will
up,
answer your question,
clear,
importing
big majority, huge majority are not violent criminals. So quit saying that.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to. I guess if you say a lie often enough, and I don't remember who said this, but somebody said this.
It's Goebbels, wasn't it? I think it was
You
Goebbels.
say a lie often enough, people eventually believe it.
Yeah, I think that was a Goebbels statement. Yeah, make the lie, make it big, repeat it often, and the people will believe it. Okay. What they're blaming Harris? Is that what she just said? Did she just say?
She did say that.
Oh, I missed it. Well, of course, Retro. Of course, they got to blame Harris, right? It's always Biden or Harris, right? It's all okay. Apparently, they never were elected or whatever. Okay. And Trump was never elected. We're still back in that. Okay. So I wonder. Doug says, "Wonder if they have anyone not deep throating the boot asking questions today." Doesn't appear so yet. Doug. Yeah, we'll find out. I'm kind of excited to get to the questions. So basically, you can get. Elliot Waffle says, so basically, you can get away with crimes in this country as long as you are an undocumented immigrant, since Trump will save you from your prison sentence and set you free in your home country. Yeah, I guess technically you can view it that way, Elliot. Yeah. Okay, Meowsword says, Dad needs more obedience to the Führer Prinzip. SoCal says, you should know the house goes to the good twin, not you, Sam. How dare you, SoCal? All right. Fetty Spaghetti, notice how she doesn't have her cross on full display. Yeah, it's weird, okay?
You know what? All I'm going to say is that, yeah,
Don't touch me.
He's not the good twin. He's the best twin, the better twin. Now, that's my plea for help, because if I don't say that, he's looking at me. Sorry. Hi, Sam. Love you.
This stream is disgusting, and I revile it. Okay, shall we continue with the presentation?
Conradson, why don't you kick us off today? Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Caroline. Jordan Conradson from Gateway Pundit. I have a few questions. First, with respect to the shooting in Minneapolis, we're seeing massive outrage from mainstream media and the left.
How dare you, Fetty Spaghetti?
Where was that?
How dare all of you? Do not make me put chat in timeout. I will put chat in timeout. I know, I saw that, SoCal. All right.
Outrage when Ashley Babbitt, an Air Force veteran, was executed by Capitol Police Officer Michael Byrd, who she posed no threat to in the U.S. Capitol.
Well, you raised a very important point, which I also believe
Oh, God,
I
more
just
propaganda
raised as well
questions.
in those opening remarks, in that there has no doubt been selective outrage by the liberal biased media and picking and choosing victims and highlighting
boy,
their
how dare you.
stories. And as I've said, President Trump does not want any Americans to lose their lives in the streets of America and in American communities across the country. He believes what happened on Saturday is a tragedy, but every life is equal to President Trump, and that's why the lives of Laken Riley and Jocelyn Nungray continue to matter to him and be an utmost priority to him to this very day. And it's unfortunate that we did not see the same type of sensationalist media coverage over the tragic deaths of those innocent American women and girls across the country as we are in the wake of this tragedy that took place on Saturday. Gabe.
Caroline.
Sure, go ahead, Jordan.
I want to get your response to this. The Arizona Attorney General, just days before this shooting in Minneapolis, she seemingly encouraged rioters to.
This guy, okay, so this is that new media seat that they've put there. That's like they bring in people from right-wing media online and just sit them down there, and then they get the most bootlicking questions every single time. Yeah, she did say that. SoCal, she did say that every life is equal to Trump, which is why I laughed. I couldn't help it. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it.
I'm sorry. I'm not equal to Trump. I'm not a pile of shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
No.
Pardon me.
She meant that to him. Every life is equal, as in he's not going to kill certain people and save other people. He thinks they're all equal.
Well, the thing is that, you know, she said every American life is important to protect all American lives. She said that in that one little thing there when she was talking about what he's trying to do. He made it the point to say American. Now, she eventually did say all lives are important, but that was at the very end. It's, you know, she stressed American lives.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, guys. So we'll continue with this. All right. I was going to say something. Oh, yes, folks. If we get 2 more donations, that'd be 200 bits on Twitch or $2 over on YouTube. If we get 2 more of those, we'll put on the jester collar. I'll make my dad do it. How about that? And then if we get to 5, we'll put on the makeup. And if we get to 7, we'll do a Q&A where you can ask my dad and I any questions you want about any topic. Of course, we can decide what to answer or not. All right. Dolly Boy, thank you again. You're my savior, Dolly Boy. Thank you. That's the second one, folks. 1 more we'll put on the collar.
That was Dolly Boy, the one from Scotland?
Yeah, Dolly. Yeah. Hey, Dolly Boy. My dad
Dolly
remembered
Boy.
that you're from Scotland.
Dolly Boy. All I want, is it Dolly Boy?
Dolly Boy.
Okay. All I wanted to say is that earlier I wanted to say, let's send Trump back to his, you know, homeland of origin, you know, where the original immigrants came from. And all of a sudden I thought of you and I thought, I can't do that to you. I'm being serious.
Oh,
I
come
thought,
on, Dad.
I can't.
Oh, we don't care about Dolly Boy in here. Let's send it back to him anyway. All right. So, okay. Just kidding. All right. Yeah. Everyone ready? We'll continue. He's like, no, please don't. Then Dolly Boy was excited that you remembered him. Okay.
Go out, shoot, and kill ICE agents. And I'll quote her here. She said, if you reasonably believe your life's in danger and you're in the house or in your car or on your property, you can defend yourself with lethal force. And she said that you can't tell if ICE agents are law enforcement or imposters, and it becomes an issue of whether you reasonably believe they were law enforcement. Do you have a response to that, and does the White House believe
funny outer signal?
Well, such dangerous rhetoric, as I pointed out, is exactly what has brought us to this position today, where you have elected Democrat officials across the country
Ali,
who
I don't
are
blame you.
encouraging left-wing agitators and crazy people to go out and unlawfully obstruct lawful immigration enforcement. Again, these brave men and women of ICE and Border Patrol and the federal enforcement are just trying to do their jobs to enforce our nation's immigration laws and to go after the worst of the worst in this country. I would encourage everyone in this room, and I would encourage the Arizona Attorney General to look at the video of an ICE agent in Minneapolis. He was approached by left-wing agitators who were honking their horns and were screaming slurs at him, and he rolled down his window and he said, "What are you doing? I am out here trying to catch a child predator, somebody who has convicted crimes against an innocent child, and you are trying to obstruct me from doing my job." This rhetoric against ICE, comparing them to Nazi Gestapo, Donald Trump's police force, is despicable.
If it looks like a duck and it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's probably Gestapo. Okay, you get my point. Okay, it's like it's a duck. Okay, they're Nazi Gestapo. I think a better comparison might be a slave catcher, but still, that's a fair comparison, right? Right, Dad? Fair comparison. All right.
It is shameful, and it is precisely what has led to the escalation of tensions in Minneapolis
thank you,
and in other
Jonas.
places across
Thank
the
you,
country.
Jonas.
Gabe, go ahead.
For justifying violence.
I would defer you to the Department of Justice.
Jonas says, all but Bovino, so Greg Bovino needs, is a swastika and an eagle on that uniform. Yep. Agreed.
What?
Put on the collar.
You're speaking for me.
I am.
Okay, Caroline, I'll put it on.
Oh, excuse you, sir. Excuse you, sir. All right.
At least she's blonde.
Thank you, Caroline.
I know, that's true. That's true. Okay, that's true. Yeah. Okay, there we go. All right, thank you. Hello, Rohi. I have a 3 lakh subscriber you want to buy. What? I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm not sure what that means, Rohi. All right, guys, can everyone continuing? Thank you. I think I mentioned this, Dad. Jonas said all Bavino needs is a swastika and an eagle on his uniform.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Oh, yes, I remember Outer Signal when a bunch of armed Magats stormed the Michigan Capitol. Someone should ask KK Caroline what should have happened to them. That's a good question. All right.
Regarding Minnesota, on Saturday, the Department of Homeland Security posted that Preddy looks like he wanted to do maximum damage to massacre law enforcement. Stephen Miller on Saturday posted that, or called Preddy a would-be assassin. Why did administration officials jump to conclusions before an investigation had even been conducted?
Well, look,
Good question.
this has obviously been a very fluid and fast-moving situation throughout the weekend. As for President Trump, whom I speak for, he has said that he wants to let the investigation continue and let the facts lead.
With his people.
With regards to the deployment of Tom
Meowser,
Homan
great catch
to
there.
Minneapolis, should the deployment of Mr. Homan to Minneapolis be seen as a sign that the president is dissatisfied?
No, Retro, it
with
is
how
not.
The officials on the ground.
I could put it there, though.
No, Mr.
Remind
Homan
me,
is
Retro.
doing an exceptional job, and he has been working with Secretary Noem and President Trump over the course of the last year. Secretary Noem still has the utmost confidence and trust of the President of the United States, and she's continuing to oversee the entire
That right
Department
there
of
is a
Homeland
problem.
Security
Yeah.
and all of the immigration enforcement that's taking place across the whole entire country. Of course,
better?
Secretary Noem is also in charge
too
of
loud.
FEMA, and we are in the wake of a brutal winter storm where hundreds of thousands of Americans have been impacted by that. So, Borders Czar Homan is in a unique position to drop everything and go to Minnesota to continue having these productive conversations.
Reminds me of when like Hitler sent Hans Frank to occupied Poland to like oversee it.
With state and local officials, and I know that he's catching a plane in just a few hours to do just that at the request of the president. Jennifer.
Oh my God, that changes everything. I apologize for everything I've already said throughout this whole thing because he's sending home. And oh, he's such a saint.
Yes, such a saint. Oh my God, you're right.
Has the president been briefed, and have you been briefed on specific details
Right,
of the
Luke?
shooting? How many shots were fired? How many guns discharged? And I mean, did the protesters' gun go off, or only the officers' guns? Do you have any of those details?
Hey guys, I will say there's one theory here that the protester's gun, it's a gun that's well known to misfire if you hit it wrong, and it's possible that after they took the gun from it, it misfired, and then they're all a bunch of scaredy cat cowards, so they all started shooting him because they heard a gun go off, which I think is funny because many Americans have to live every day with hearing guns go off in their neighborhood. And most Americans don't end up just start randomly shooting into someone near them. So speak about well-trained law enforcement, right? You hear a gun go off and you just murder someone who's on the ground in front of you. What cowards, right? What a coward. It is, yep, that would completely be the agent's fault, Doug. Completely, it's not his fault. All right.
Again, the investigation is continuing, Jennifer, and we will let the facts lead, and we will let the facts play out in this investigation. I do know that HSI and FBI are conducting interviews with those that were involved.
I
and the
trust
agents
them.
Who were involved in this unfortunate
Teacher.
Yeah, and by the way, real fast, it also might not. That might very well. Yeah. By the way, that we don't even know if the gun that they took from him went off as they were, walking away with it. That's just one theory I heard. But I thought it was funny how, like, let's say that was the case. That would mean they were all a bunch of cowards who heard a gun go off and then murdered a guy on the ground.
Yeah, and
Okay.
let's put it this way. So I hear a gun. I'm going to shoot the guy I have pinned down on the ground.
Yeah.
Geez, Pete. Also, too,
Yeah.
what I wanted to mention here was that I don't remember what I wanted to mention here. Okay.
Well, that's okay. You must continue.
Go ahead.
Okay.
a tragedy on Saturday.
Are they keeping the president up to date on all those
The
details?
president is obviously very much on the ball with respect to this investigation. I think he's made that quite clear with the various statements that you've seen him put out, and also the four points that the president has outlined as well to Governor Walz, and to encourage him to cooperate with ICE and with the administration.
All right.
Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. To follow on Jason's
That's like rounding up the
Secretary Noem
neighborhood.
said Alex Preddy committed an act of
Go ahead.
That's like rounding up everybody that lives in a neighborhood and saying, if you just cooperate with the government, everything will be okay. It's only this handful of people, these really bad people that we want. So just help us and cooperate and turn them in. You know, and that would have been said in some places like, I don't know, not Salzburg, Nuremberg, Berlin,
Yep.
during the 1930s and into the 40s. Just cooperate with us and everything will be fine. Turn in your neighbor.
That's the term they used for taking people to concentration camps was protective custody, by the way.
Yep.
We're going to take you into protective custody. Okay.
Domestic terrorism. Stephen Miller labeled Preddy a domestic terrorist. Does the president agree with them?
Look, as I've said, I have not heard the president characterize Mr. Preddy in that way. However, I have heard the president say he wants to let the facts in the investigation lead itself.
Was
Oh,
the
yeah.
alarm to hear his top officials referring to him in that way?
Lying lunatic bitch. I can't stand it.
Penny, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. On Stephen Miller's comments, will Stephen Miller be apologising to the family of Alex Pretty for calling him, quotes, an assassin who tried to murder federal agents, despite the fact that, as you say, this is still under investigation?
Look, again, this incident remains under investigation, and nobody here at the White House, including the President of the United States, wants to see Americans hurt or killed and losing their lives in American streets.
Is that so?
Okay, I remember. I remember what I was going to say. We want to trust an investigation into this execution, and it's the TCS that's going to do the investigation. Those of you who are new, that's what I call the Trump administration, the
Trump crime syndicate.
Trump crime syndicate. You know, the White House tried to alter a picture of a black woman being arrested. And they had it altered, and they put it out there and said, this is, somebody that was arrested for whatever stupid charges they were saying. And it showed her crying, and it just, a very astute reporter came out and said, you know what, I had this picture looked at, and it was altered by AI. And it said, here's actually the original photo. And that black woman is being led away, like in the picture, in this photograph, with a very strong, defiant look on her face. She's not crying at all.
I saw that. Where they made it look like she's crying because they are sadists. Go ahead, Dad.
Yeah, and so they tried to get away with that. This came directly from the White House. They even said the White House photo. This was released by the White House. So how in the hell are you going to trust an investigation into this execution and trust it? They tried to alter a simple photograph and it failed. Oh, gee, that doesn't mean they're going to mess with the evidence. I can't trust it.
And can I point out, guys, that I don't fully buy. I know you just said, Doug, that there's a Republican came out and said we need a partial investigation. Homeland Security is going to be investigating it themselves.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I was talking to someone here, but yes.
Oh, okay.
But that's not a fair investigation, right? So even if Republicans are coming out and saying we need a fair investigation, doesn't mean a damn thing. It doesn't mean they're going against Trump. You can bet that they will say that whatever Homeland Security comes out with is the fair investigation. I don't know what else you would, we don't know what they're going to say. Like if they come out and say, no, we need independent investigation, not Homeland Security to do the investigation, that's one thing. But it's also different than also going against Trump. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. But just something to think about there.
And we mourn for the parents. As a mother myself, of course, I cannot imagine the loss of life, especially losing one's child.
Yeah, Weirdomorphous Blob.
And that same empathy from the president goes for
exactly,
the parents
Loiso.
Of angel families, parents of victims of illegal alien crime across our country as well. And that's
Quit
exactly why the
equating
president
it
continues
to the execution of, it's terrible that this happened, that there are some illegal immigrants who are criminals, have committed crimes, but quit using that to denigrate the execution of this man in Minneapolis. I mean, quit doing that. It's a disjustice. It's outright wrong, period. I mean, wrong, all capital letters, to kill him. If you've seen the video and you've heard the witnesses, it is wrong. So stop trying to equate that with the horrible murders of people that were committed by criminals, whether they are illegal immigrants that are here or native born. Quit doing that.
Yeah.
It's gee, many Christmas.
Can I also mention, Dad, like I try to be understanding of why people who are in MAGA came to those conclusions. But based off the kind of propaganda the Trump administration puts out with like the woman crying and other images we've seen of like ICE agents clapping after shooting people, I'm starting to think that MAGA are just a bunch of murderous monsters who kind of like are like the people of Rome who like watching people murdered. And it's kind of like a barbaric, like, yeah, kill them kind of situation.
what?
And that's making me far less merciful of those people.
Yeah, I agree, because one of the things I've always viewed MAGA as is that it's kind of like Rome. The Roman Colosseum was built. Rome was going through some problems, and so what did the emperors do? Well, the one in particular was who started the building of the Colosseum in Rome. I can't think of his name. It's been years since I taught.
I can't remember either.
But
probably was an asshole. Whoever it was.
They built it and let spectators in. And put it this way, he promised them free bread, which was a big staple back then. Okay, free bread and free entertainment to distract them from other things.
Yes, it was a form of social. It was a form of social control.
Right.
A lot of it was.
And they went to see the blood and the gore. They got really off on that.
Yep.
And you know what? And this is the exact same thing. This is Roman theater in terms of the Colosseum. They want to see this stuff, the MAGA people. Okay. And they want their free bread too at the same time.
Yeah.
And they'll go, oh, hail Trump.
Yeah. And I cannot. You all know out there, I try to be empathetic to try to understand where people are coming from, but I am, doesn't mean I'm a fan of MAGA, but I don't know how you fix people like that. Like, how do you fix a large chunk of the population that are bloodthirsty, sadistic monsters who like watching protesters get killed, who are cheering for it, who say things like, if you go to, someone mentioned here, if you go to like the comments under Fox News videos, is people cheering for it, or like Bob from Necessary Conversation, who's basically saying, yeah, one less protester. Like, I don't know what, like, it really makes me very tempted to think of in an authoritarian way. Like, and I'm just saying, like, what do you do? Okay. In your groove, how did they mass deprogram in Germany? Well, first the Nazi party had to be destroyed and dismantled after a military occupation by the Allies and the Soviets. Okay. And then it was years and years of deprogramming and things like that they had to do, the denazification program. But like, how do we do that here? Unless we get, okay. Anyway. Yeah. And I know, guys, that a lot of it is about like, they have economic concerns. They have things like this. And then those concerns are being transferred to minorities and stuff like that. But okay.
See,
No, you're right, Weird Amorphous Blob. But like, there were some people who were successfully deprogrammed, but definitely not all of them.
See, and also too, what my son was just saying is that a lot of the MAGA people do have socioeconomic issues. Okay.
Yeah. 1 second. I'm sorry, guys. You're right. You're right. It was a failure. Denazification was largely a failure. But like, that is there were a generation of young people that were successfully denazified. Okay. I guess what I should say is that it was successful for young people whose minds you can still mold, but it was not successful for a lot of the older people.
That's because Hitler, he knew what he was doing, or
yes.
Goebbels or something. He said, get them while they're young, you'll have them forever.
Yeah. And I think the main reason that they didn't have power is because the power was taken from them, and then they were forced, they weren't able to get it back because of the American occupation, the Soviet occupation, and things like that. Okay.
See, and one of the things I wanted to say, as I said, my son was saying, is that there are a lot of MAGA people that are, have socioeconomic things. They feel powerless. They have this sense of inferiority. I used to be powerful, but now I'm not. And they see the answer to their problems is watching all this happen because suddenly it makes them feel powerful.
Mm-hmm.
I am powerful because I can watch this. I can laugh at that person who was just shot. I can safely say, kill them all.
Mm-hmm.
That gives me the power that I want. Now I know that that's kind of a, people might want to say, oh, but on the other hand, you do have a choice. Open up your eyes.
Yeah.
Those of you in Maga who like that.
Weird Amorphous Blob says, after a certain point, you can just disregard the opinion of that tiny minority who are so firmly indoctrinated. The problem, though, Weird Amorphous Blob, and I'm sure you agree with me, is that those people keep deciding elections. And they are the ones who, because of our electoral college, the electoral college is overly weighted in their favor because a lot of them are rural voters. So because of gerrymandering, a lot of their votes are super important. Even though they're a minority, it's like the tail is wagging the dog. Like I don't understand. Like I don't know what to do. It's really gross. Say so. We can have this conversation at some other point, folks. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm losing some of my humanity. Let's put it that way. Thinking about these people. All right, we can talk about it. All right, we'll talk about it later. Okay, let's watch this. Yeah, that's fair, Weird Amorphous Blob.
To deporting the worst of the worst criminals from our country. Why don't we go to the back? Kelly.
Does the president believe that the killing, though, was a mistake? Has he expressed that at all?
Again, the president has said, we have to review it, and this investigation needs to continue, and he's letting the facts on the investigation lead itself.
Wrong.
Body camera footage to
I wouldn't say that a bright
released
loud.
to the public. Now,
that's not something I've heard the president commit to, so I won't do that from the podium. Sure.
Carrie, how serious is the administration taking allegations that local and state officials in Minnesota are actively coordinating with demonstrators through encrypted or non-encrypted communications, as well as providing government resources to impede immigration enforcement operations?
I'm sorry, Carrie, could you repeat your question?
How serious is the administration taking allegations that local and state Minnesota officials are communicating with demonstrators to basically impede immigration officials?
Well, we've definitely...
Real fast, guys. No, I'm not calling for re-education camps, but I'm just saying, like, what do we do about this? Like, it's
going to be hard to do anything.
And I think, I'm sorry, I know I'm going back to this. I think one of the big things is building an economic infrastructure that benefits everyone. I'm starting to lose hope, though, that will change some of these people's mind. Like, even if we give them universal health care and all this other crap. So I don't know. It's just something I've been thinking about.
Seen active organization amongst these left-wing groups, Carrie, and it is something that I know the FBI and the Department of Justice are looking into. Again, it is illegal to unlawfully obstruct lawful immigration enforcement in this country, and these agitators are making it nearly impossible for ICE to do their jobs and for federal law enforcement to carry out the will of the American people to deport the worst of the worst. I would just encourage everyone to please imagine in this room, all of you come to the White House every day to report on the President of the United States and the administration. You come into this briefing room, you walk through the gates of the White House. Just imagine if there were left-wing agitators or agitators of any kind who were in your face, who were doxing you, who were harassing you, who were physically threatening you, who were biting off your fingers in the case of 2 Border Patrol agents we saw this past weekend in Minneapolis. That would make it very difficult for you to show up and do your job here at the White House every single day. That's what these officers
They're supposed to be trained for that.
That's why the president is calling on Governor Walz and Mayor Frey for these 3 very simple and common sense points of cooperation.
And name calling and yelling
and local law enforcement can work together. Again, we are just asking for police
That's
to
bully
be police.
class
And if you
101.
ask any law enforcement agent or official, they want to be able to work with their federal counterparts at the state and local level and
Don't
vice
blow
versa.
that whistle.
Caroline, 2 questions. One is looking forward. The role of Mr. Homan, is he being sent by the president to diffuse the situation that exists right now on the ground? Is he the point person essentially for the White House in terms of trying to tamp down the tensions that exist right now in Minnesota?
Well, Mr. Homan is the point person for cooperating with state and local authorities and corresponding with them, again, to achieve
Right,
this level
RL?
of cooperation to subdue the chaos on the streets of Minneapolis. And I would just point out that Mr. Homan is someone who has been lauded for many, many decades for his experience working in law enforcement. In fact, this is a Washington Post headline from 9 years ago, 2016. Meet the man the White House has honored for deporting illegal immigrants. And I would remind everyone in this room that it was former President Barack Hussein Obama who awarded a medal to Mr. Homan. So he's obviously very qualified.
That's
He has
only
the full trust
a
of-
headline. Let's read the whole story.
Yeah, it's insane. Meowsword says, Dad, imagine having elite alpha immigration agents who don't execute people for calling them names. Yeah.
faith of the president. He will continue to have these meetings in the hopes that ICE and local law enforcement can cooperate and work together to have successful immigration enforcement, as we've seen in almost every other state across the country.
And secondly, Caroline, can you talk a little bit about tomorrow's trip by the president to Iowa, what the purpose of that trip is, what the goals of that trip are?
Sure, yes. Tomorrow, President Trump will be traveling to Des Moines, Iowa. He will be making a local visit at a local business, and then he will be giving a speech
Campaign.
on affordability and on the economy.
Oh,
I know he's very much
affordability,
looks forward,
unaffordability.
to being there, to meeting with the great people of Iowa, but also lawmakers as well. Jake.
Oh, he'll lie.
First, is the president
God, it's so stupid. I love that comparing apples to oranges, saying that, talking about Obama. It's not like they weren't executing people in the middle of the street under Obama. Okay. Yeah, they did deport a lot of people, but okay. All right.
Okay, can I give another example and why I can't believe anything that comes out of the White House
Well, you shouldn't. Yeah.
from anybody? Do you know, I hope some of you listened to his, or tried to listen to his, hour-long speech at Davos in Switzerland, the meeting, where he talked about wind turbines and how he went off on
Right,
saying
amazing.
that Europe has changed. It doesn't look the same anymore. It doesn't look as good as it used to be because of all these wind turbine farms. And he says, and you buy them all from China, and boy, are you guys fools. China's making money off of you off these wind turbines, and they're so smart. They don't even use wind turbines. They don't have any wind turbines working there doing this in China. No wind turbine farms. So they're even smarter than you people. Do you know China is the #1 user of the most wind turbines in the world, and they produce the most electricity through wind turbines in the world in China? And yet he blatantly made that comment. This happens over and over and over again, all these lies, and we're supposed to believe her, okay? Or anybody there. You can't. Oh, he's going to make an assessment. Yeah, and it'll be wrong.
Of course he is.
remain fully confident in Chrissy Noem's ability to lead the DHS?
Yes.
And then just secondly, just on that Wall Street Journal reporting that we saw yesterday, the president said at some point that the immigration enforcement officers would leave Minneapolis. Did the Saturday killing of Alex Pretty expedite that withdrawal at all?
To your first question, the answer is yes. He still has confidence and trust in Secretary Noem. To the second question, I would point you back to what I said earlier. If Governor Walz and Mayor Frey implement these common sense cooperative measures, CBP will no longer be needed to support ICE on the ground in Minnesota. ICE and local law enforcement will peacefully work together as they are effectively doing
ICE
in
isn't
so many
leaving,
other
though.
states and
Yeah.
jurisdictions to remove violent criminals from American neighborhoods
But
across the country.
God, there goes that lie again.
The president to remove the immigration enforcement officers?
He asked the president to scale down, and the president reiterated what the president put out in his statement yesterday and what I'm sharing with all of you as well. I would just add on this level of cooperation a few statistics that I think are very important. 7 of the top
You're right, I
10
have a treat for you.
safest cities in the United States cooperate with ICE. And we've seen historic turnaround in safety in cities that have chosen to cooperate with ICE, that are not just led by
Florida and
Republicans,
Texas.
but also look right here in Washington, D.C. We had a great level of cooperation with Mayor Bowser and the local government, and we have been able
I'm sorry. I also get sick of them talking about decreased crime numbers, which, by the way, I don't even know if that's true. But regardless, especially when the Trump administration itself is committing crimes left and right, It's the pot calling the kettle black, and I can't. It's driving me crazy.
And also too, crime figures were already dropping quite well in
Mhm.
Washington D.C. before Trump came along,
Yeah.
and they've taken the credit for it. So, oh yeah, because they're cooperating, boy, that's really dropped. It was already going down. The trend was already there.
Yeah, that's another good point, Mad Scene. That's another good point. All right. Anyway.
Able to remove thousands of illegal aliens from the District of Columbia, where you all live, so you can thank President Trump for that. The murder rate in Washington, D.C. has plummeted as a result. There were no riots, there were no protests, nobody was tragically killed as a result of that level of cooperation between federal and local authorities. And again, that's all the president is asking for in Minnesota. It's totally common sense. Jared, go ahead.
Thank you. Caroline, in this process, you continue to describe the situation in Minneapolis as chaos. Was there any mistake made by Secretary Noem that led the president to send Mr. Holman there?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. Did Secretary Noem make a mistake which led to...
She made any mistake that could lead the president to send Mr. Holman to Minneapolis?
No, as I already mentioned, Mr. Holman has been working alongside Secretary Noem and for the president over the course of the last year. And again, he's uniquely positioned to hop on a flight to Minnesota today to continue this correspondence with state and local authorities, and that's what he's going to be doing. Fran.
Caroline, is it the White House's position that Americans have the right to show up to these ICE operations and film, document, or protest the law enforcement act?
Easy, yes. That's an easy answer. If she says anything other than yes, we're going to have a problem. You have a right to show up to an ICE detainment. You just do. That's freedom of speech. Okay, that's freedom of expression. That's whatever you want to call it.
All Americans have a First Amendment constitutional right, of course. But Americans do not have a constitutional right to impede and obstruct lawful immigration enforcement operations. That is actually a crime, and it's something that we've seen taking place in the streets of Minneapolis, which again is leading to these dangerous circumstances that these federal law enforcement officers have been forced to work within.
Okay, I'm gonna be calm.
Okay.
If you look at the video, the gentleman that was shot and killed, he went out there and was trying to help a woman, a protester woman, who hadn't really done anything. She was making noise from what I've read and seen, and he started to pull her away when an ICE officer approached them and got in their faces.
That's true. Yeah.
So there was no impeding there of any, yelling at an ICE officer. Is that impeding them? Once again, I'm back to 101, class 101 on bullying. Good God, are you that thin-skinned? Okay, fine, I'm going to shoot somebody for doing this.
It's funny because I took a legal history class when I was in American legal history class, and historically this has always happened. You just move the goalposts. So yeah, oh no, they have a First Amendment right. Yeah, they just can't do these things, this, and this. And then you make sure they're always accused of doing this, and this. So they can still suppress your free speech rights. They just use legal terminology to get over the fact that they're suppressing your free speech rights. You get what I mean? Okay. So that's what they're doing. They're just moving the goalposts and being like, well.
And redefining impeding.
Exactly. And then they redefine what can be a legitimate reason to silence people. Okay.
To the call with Governor Walz this morning, the president described it as respectful.
Mayflower Kid.
He said, we seem to be on a similar wavelength, but you had strong criticism for the governor and the Minneapolis mayor, Jacob Frey, just now. So could you explain the difference in tone between what the president had said in his True Social
Thank
post
you, Dolly Boy,
and
really.
some of the criticisms that you just levied from the podium?
Fran, I think the criticisms that I laid out, I'm painting the picture for all of you in this room, are what led to the moment that we are in today, where Governor Walz and President Trump are having a conversation.
Could you actually put it in the Reacts channel, Meowser? I bet my dad would like to see that.
See what?
Constructive and productive conversation to end the chaos and the lawlessness that has taken place in Governor Walz's state. Elena.
Thank you. I had a question. With Holman now going to Minnesota, is Gregory Bovino also going to remain in Minnesota overseeing these ICE operations?
Mr. Bovino is a wonderful man, and he's a great professional. He is going to very much continue to lead Customs and Border Patrol throughout and across the country.
Oh, but they did not say, now this is interesting, folks. They did not say he was going to continue to be in Minnesota. The question was, will he remain in Minnesota? She said he'll continue to lead border patrol. She didn't answer the question. Now, it might be that in order to lower tensions, they're removing him from the state and replacing him with Tom Homan. But that's an interesting, I don't know what it means, but it's interesting, right?
Mr. Homan will be the main point of contact on the ground in Minneapolis.
And to follow up, given what we've heard from several Trump administration officials, people like Stephen Miller, as people point out, calling him a domestic terrorist, but saying that Preddy was out to massacre law enforcement, why not require ICE agents to wear body cameras to clear up some of the disputes that we are hearing from witnesses and video footage versus what the administration has been saying?
Well, that's a policy question that I know the policy folks in the building are having with members on Capitol Hill, and I'll leave it to them and the president to make that decision.
She's doing this, dodging.
Of course she is.
She knows what the answer is.
Yep.
That the president talked about with Governor Walz. Will the administration commit to cooperating with local officials on this investigation into Alex Preddy?
The president spoke about this with Governor Walz and said he would have a discussion about it. He did not make a commitment, and so therefore,
of course not.
Oh yeah, we'll discuss
here.
it.
I would just remind all of you in the media, because I've seen a lack of reporting on this fact. There are investigations into what took place on Saturday. The Homeland Security investigations and the FBI have teamed up for an investigation, and there's also an internal CBP investigation, an internal review.
See, but she says you guys haven't been reporting this. That wasn't what the question was asked.
As I've said repeatedly, he wants to see them move forward. Phil.
Dismissing the state investigation.
FBI Director Kash Patel said in a Sunday interview, quote, "You cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest." Does the president believe the Second Amendment rights remain in effect even when protesting?
The president supports the Second Amendment rights of
That actually is a really clever question.
law-abiding American citizens. Absolutely. There has been no greater supporter or defender of the right to bear arms than President Donald Trump.
Until.
So while Americans have a constitutional right to bear
Yeah,
arms,
Hiyori.
Americans do not have a constitutional right to impede lawful immigration enforcement operations. And any gun owner knows that when you are carrying a weapon, when you are bearing arms, and you are confronted by law enforcement, you are raising the assumption of risk and
But they disarmed
risk
him.
of force being used against you. And again, that's unfortunately
They
what took place on
disarmed him.
Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Will his mission continue to be focusing on illegal immigrants with a criminal history, or will it be on illegal immigration generally?
Mr. Homan will continue to enforce our nation's immigration laws, especially deporting the worst of the worst criminals in Minnesota who have committed violent offenses. And I would just remind all of you,
Yeah, and children, and also shooting, killing people once in a while. Do you see that new video of that woman who had a part of her hand shot off by an ICE agent who used a non-lethal weapon, but it hit her hand and knocked off a chunk of her hand? Did you guys see that video?
important work is continuing to be carried out. In just the last few days, I'm happy to provide this packet to anyone in the room. ICE has arrested multiple violent criminals, illegal aliens within Minnesota. Many of them have convictions for assault, driving under the influence, fraud. This individual here I'm looking at was an aggravated felony.
Yes, a mad scene. ICE is in Ohio. We're in Ohio. Madstein asks, whereabout in the U.S. is Casual Revolt and his father? Is ICE present there? Yes. They're engaging in something called Operation Buckeye. Now, they haven't done it as on massive of a scale in Ohio, but they are in Ohio. As a matter of fact, there's a store near us that they recently were at trying to apprehend people.
And they went to a high school that's near us. About a month ago or something. And it just so happened, I don't know if you know this, but Ohio has the second largest Somali population behind Minnesota. So it was only a matter of time. Actually, I've been to several ICE protests, and we're out there in force trying to show, and I've got to say this. I'm sorry, but my dad was a drill sergeant for a short period of time before World War II. And he has this whistle that when I blow it, my son will agree to it. It's ear splitting. Oh my God. It's not
It is ear splitting.
Yeah, it's not like one of these type things. It's like if I did it in an enclosed room, it'll shatter your eardrums. And if I do it outside, it'll close to shatter your eardrums. I actually have it out ready to go because I would love to go to and protest uh, an ICE event, so to speak, and
A nice
blow
round.
that thing. I mean, I want. Oh boy, my dad would be proud of me. He would be damn proud of me.
Yeah, we're proud of you. I know I'm proud of you. But yes, guys. But I hope you all know, like, if my dad and I suddenly get black bagged and thrown into a government facility, I hope you'll all be there to support us, right? Please. I'm only half joking. Okay, I'll continue.
With multiple convictions for larceny, fraud, and forgery of checks, vehicle theft, drug possession, domestic assault, inflicting bodily harm.
Let's see a list of immigrants they've picked up that have done nothing wrong. Let's see that list. There's probably not enough paper in the White House to put those names on.
Mm-hmm.
Other criminal convictions of larceny, identity theft, again, charged
Thank
with
you,
driving under
Abrailov.
the influence. These are extremely dangerous people who Governor Walz and Mayor Fry have allowed to roam on their streets, and all the president is asking for is cooperation to arrest individuals like this and deport them from the United States of America. I'll take a couple
Jesus
more.
Christ.
Go ahead.
Okay, so this weekend the president posted that this is a cover-up of the fraud in the state of Minnesota. He also posted Minnesota is a cover-up. These both happened after the shooting. So given that these came after the shooting, what is the this here? What is the cover-up he's alleging?
Yes, it's a good question. I've spoken with the president about this at length. What the president is referring to is the fact that you have Governor Walz and, again, the mayor, who have been encouraging these left-wing agitators to come out
Oh my
and to
God.
harass and to dox and to threaten ICE and to make this conversation about and smear lies about federal law enforcement who, again, are just trying to do their jobs in an attempt to distract
No,
from
they
the
are
widespread,
right-wing
massive
agitators.
fraud that has taken place in their state. Billions and billions of dollars
That's ICE.
Yeah, exactly.
has been stolen from law-abiding taxpayers in Minnesota.
Right, Luke?
And the administration continues to be very focused on getting to the bottom of it, and especially in the president raised a
Minnesota
good
was
question
already
over the
doing
weekend
that.
with respect to Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who now has a net worth within the millions.
What does
And one
she
must
have
ask
to do with
themselves,
anything
why
here?
and how is that possible? Is she connected
Golly.
to the fraud rings that we have seen taking place within her state
Well, what about
and her own
Trump
district?
selling all
It's a
those-
question the American people
all those
are raising,
kitschy
and the
stuff
president
and,
believes
you know,
it's one worth
pocketing the
answering.
money and
Hey,
taking gifts from foreign governments and keeping it as his own. Excuse me?
There you go,
It's
boys.
clear the president
Yeah.
wants to see the investigation play out. When answering some of the questions on the specific details, is he concerned that some of those definitive statements made by other
Right, Claudio.
officials risks public perception of the credibility of those investigations now playing out?
Again, the president believes that these investigations are credible.
You're right,
They are
Mr. Kincaid. Don't we forget that Trump pardoned a ton of like white collar criminals that were guilty of fraud. You're totally right about that, Mr. Kincaid.
continuing. They are active, and he wants to let them play out. Alex.
Is the administration willing to separate DHS funding from other funding bills in order to avoid a broader shutdown?
Look, at this point, the White House supports the bipartisan work that was done to advance the bipartisan appropriations package.
God, dude, this is why I'm sick of bipartisanship. Like, do you see how she's rubbing it in everyone's face? This was bipartisan. This was bipartisan. They got Democrats that supported it too.
Yeah, and they're weak-ass Democrats.
Yeah, they are.
They just, they have no sense of morals or ethics here. It's like, bullshit.
Oh my God! Trust me. Don't we? And this, guys, this in our community, right? We love the Democrats here, don't we, guys? Don't we? Please tell me. Tell my dad how much you all love the Democrats so he can see it. All right.
And I'm going to call them dinos, Democrats in name only. Dinos and rhinos.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll continue.
We want to see that passed. Policy discussions on immigration in Minnesota are happening. Look, the president is leading those discussions as evidenced by his correspondence with Governor Walz this morning. But that should not be at the expense of government funding for the American people, which would include, as you know, Alex, FEMA funding. And we are in the midst of the
defunded a large
storm
part
that
of
took place
FEMA.
over the weekend, and many Americans are still being impacted by that. So
And there were
we
times when
absolutely
Trump
do not want to see
denied
that funding
FEMA aid
lapse, and we want
to
the
states
Senate
that
to
needed
move
it
forward
because they
passing
happen to
the
have a
bipartisan
Democratic governor.
appropriations package.
Yeah, real fast, Daddy. Someone says bend over, Democrats. Someone else says you mean do nothing, cowards. Someone else says where we go one, we go all. Long live the corporate Democrats. Okay, we got Democrats is another something someone else said. You see what I mean? Okay, so you can see we love the Democrats here. All right. Okay, ready now?
Mm-hmm. Had to turn my phone off.
I got you.
That was negotiated on a bipartisan basis.
Secondly, there's another round of Russia-Ukraine talks this weekend, Sunday. Wonder if you can walk us through with the president, how he'll be involved in that, if at all. We'll be talking to President Putin, President Zelensky ahead of those meetings.
I'm not tracking any scheduled calls at this point in time. However, the president remains deeply involved, and of course he's being apprised by his advisors, namely Jared Kushner and Special Envoy Witkoff, on these topics.
What?
Oh, one of his top special advisors is his son-in-law.
Yeah,
Woo!
that's just, yeah. I mean, come on, Dad. That's how they.
Jared, go, Jared.
Wasn't Jared also the subway guy that was accused of
His
assaulting?
first name was Jared, yeah.
That's kind of coincidental. I wonder if that's a coincidence. Is it a coincidence that the Jared of Subway was accused of sexually assaulting children? We should start that rumor. Maybe Jared Kushner is actually just Jared from Subway. Oh, we should start a new conspiracy theory, folks. Start posting on Twitter that, you know what, we think that Jared Kushner is undercover Jared from Subway. All right.
Now, I want to throw something in since this came up about Ukraine and that. You know, Trump and his crime syndicate have so much so much chaos and suspicion, and used outright lies and threats to disrupt not just America, but to disrupt America's allies. To me, that is collusion with the enemy. Who is benefiting from this? Who is? Putin, Kim, Iran, the Ayatollah there, just to name a handful. They're sitting back probably laughing their asses off. This is what they want. They want to see a weakened NATO. They want to see a weakened Western Europe. They want to see a weakened America. That's what they want to see. All of them have said, we want to see the downfall of the U.S. and their
I'm sorry, Dad.
influence.
Who said this? I missed what you said at the beginning.
I said,
MAGA or
what I said is that what Trump and his crime syndicate are doing is playing right into the hands of our very sworn enemies.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So everything that's going on, even this, is weakening us, although it's bringing a lot of people together. Finally, some people are finally getting enough courage and feeling like patriots, finally, like the real patriots of old, to stand up for their country and to take on this administration.
Are they, Dad?
I'm talking about people like us.
Yes, but is it enough people, you think?
It's growing, I think. Now, and so what's happening, Trump, who's all about America first, that's a bunch of bullshit. He is either knowingly or absolutely blind to the fact he's playing into Putin's hands. He's a traitor, bottom line, by doing this, but hiding behind his patriot little view here. I'm doing this for America.
I was saying yesterday, Dad, isn't it funny how these right-wing nationalists are often the ones who are like the least nationalistic, and they're like supporting foreign governments?
Right.
Like same thing in the UK. For my UK friends out there, like that one Farage and shit, who was like being supported by Russia. Anyway, okay.
They had a multilateral meeting this past weekend, which didn't get a ton of coverage, but that was historic in nature, where the president's team has really brought two sides of this war to the table together to move the ball closer towards peace. So the president is not giving up on the peace process.
Yeah, and Russia keeps not wanting
with
it.
President Zelensky when we were in Davos, Switzerland,
Bring it
but I'm not
close together.
tracking
Your
any
failure, Trump.
calls scheduled for this.
Yeah, well, admittedly, both sides are making demands, and that
Russia has no place in making demands. They're the ones that invaded. They're the ones that are committing these atrocities against men, women, and children. I'm sorry. And Trump wants to give in to Russian demands. I don't blame Zelensky.
Do you think so? Everyone here knows, and my dad knows, I deeply support Ukraine in their effort to liberate themselves from their imperialist douchebag neighbor Putin, who's a monster and ought to be tried at The Hague. But do you think it's possible, Dad, that Ukraine will eventually have to give up some territory? because I don't.
Okay. I want to say one side of me says no. On
No,
the other
me
side,
too.
it's like I think the reality is there might be. However, Ukraine has actually made in the last few months some inroads. Do you know now that even some military pundits in Russia have said this, and this was just a few days ago, that Ukraine now has the ability and has been the last couple months, you know, not just causing 50,000 casualties, but 50,000 Russian soldiers to be killed. And that is unsustainable, period. A year ago, it was a lot less than that.
It's unsustainable if you continue going on the offensive. If you stay on the defensive, then Ukraine's numbers will be the ones that will be massively lost.
Yes.
So will they be able to take back any of the territory that they've lost? Will they be able to take back like any significant amount of the territory they've lost to Russia? I don't think so. But we can. It doesn't really matter. I'm just curious. Unfortunately, I'm worried that they're going to need to give up territory. And I support Ukraine fully, but
And that'll also encourage Putin to go after that part of Poland that he believes is more than the Baltic states.
maybe just because they are part of NATO. But it's complicated. But I mean, I don't want him to go. Don't want him to go after anyone. But anyway, we will. We can. It's something we can talk about sometime. We'll continue watching.
Yeah.
And one more foreign policy point I will point out, as you all saw, the last remaining body of the hostages, Israeli hostages in Gaza, has been returned. This is a huge foreign policy feat for the president.
Yeah, weird about
it. See, it's all about the president.
And frankly, for the whole world.
That's been
the president made the impossible
they returned the
possible.
body, and the family
and so it's
is
great news for
finally
the
have
president.
closure. No, it's all about the president.
Yep. Not to mention that they're not talking about the fact that Israel is a criminal country that is.
Have all the bodies of the innocent Palestinians buried underneath all that rubble? Have they have the Israeli government help recover all of them, return them to the families, the children, the women?
No, Dad, because they're not human. Remember, according to our government and according to the Israeli government, those people don't matter.
Untermenschen.
Yeah, according to the Nazi regime there in Israel.
Subhuman.
Yeah,
Untermenschen.
they are subhuman. So, of course not. Doesn't matter. Because they're monsters. Okay. They're absolutely monsters.
What time is it?
Okay.
For the United States, for our allies, and also for peace in the Middle East. And I understand that more than 20 new additional countries have also signed up to join.
I agree, G-Man. I completely agree with you, right?
And the newly established Board of Peace with respect to the rebuilding of Gaza, which is another historic accomplishment for this president. So
by the way, Alyssa says, no, Papa, they're going to build a resort over the bones of the dead Palestinians.
They're all, you know what? I'm taking this from history. They're going to take the bones, grind them up to help them make the cement to build that. And I'm using that from history because something like that really did happen in our country. But I'll leave it there.
Right. Yeah. By the way, G-Man says you get I think a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine could eventually be the current front lines, but you get that way by helping Ukraine, not by making them weaker and letting Russia gain more territory quicker. I agree with you, G-Man.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I feel like we need to make it so that Russia doesn't feel like it's doing so well anymore. Now, this is complicated, but I don't want to give Russia benefit. Okay.
Thank you all very much, and we'll see you in Iowa tomorrow.
All right. So there's that. Speaking of that, I wanted to show you that. Speaking of Israel, right? This came out today. I thought all of you, the people in my community love Israel. They love Netanyahu. They're great fans of the Israeli government and the actions that the Israeli government is taking. Here's by the way, the video of that woman who lost a piece of her hand. I can't show it on stream because it's bloody, but I can show you here. Look over
Okay, I
here.
saw her drop her hand. Oh.
You can see her hand.
Okay, I see that.
Yeah, you see it? Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to go down so I can put this back. All right, guys, you can find that video if you want to see it, but I just wanted to show you the where is this? Where did I see this? Where did I find this? Oh, maybe I don't have it anymore. But they're actually Israel's building a wall around the territory that they've taken along the edge of Gaza to basically move their borders into Gaza more, to take more of Gaza, obviously. And they probably are going to eventually do it. Okay. Yeah, look at all these people who love Netanyahu out here. Look at this. You got someone who says, I'm a hardline Zionist. Okay. All right. So, yeah, exactly. We're outer signal, right? Okay, so anyway, yeah, so they're actually going to be taking more territory, obviously, because that's been the goal the whole time. They just want to seize more land from the Palestinians. I'm trying again. I could swear.
Slowly chipping away on it.
Yeah. Yep.
In a violent way.
In a violent, genocidal way. Also, guys, another thing I wanted to show all you here. There's a few things, but let me see if I can find here. Oh, so Dad.
Oh, son.
Okay, so as a brief sort of palate cleanser. Okay, as a brief palate cleanser, guys, I thought you'd find this funny, all right? We were just talking about ICE. We were just talking about ICE, okay? And how they're both incompetent and they're monsters, okay?
Oh, this is...
Yes, this is Reno 911.
Yeah.
Okay, so if anyone's ever seen the show Reno 911, there's issues with it. Okay, let's not be all libbed up about it. But this is... just watch this, okay? ICE training video, okay? Everyone ready?
He'll hold still and we can beat him to death.
Ready?
William
Shit.
Whoa! Whoa! Look out! I got him. Oh, shit. Can we all shoot at the same time? Let's shoot all.
Let's all shoot at the same time?
Let's shoot at the same time.
Okay.
All right?
That's the only thing that sort of makes sense.
Nope. One.
No, I got Daniel's gun. Mine's out too. Is yours
Two,
out?
and then that way we'll never know who did it.
Don't start a count.
Yes,
Oh, sorry.
execution. Nice.
One.
Sorry, my bad.
What the fuck? One,
two.
What? I didn't know.
Okay, on. What?
I'm out. I'm out.
Am I out? Oh, I wasn't out. Sorry. I thought I was out.
Oh, no.
So just a funny joke there, okay, about their incompetence, right? Trying to catch this chicken. This is from a show, by the way, called Reno 911. It's some parts of it are a bit unpleasant now, but I thought you'd all find that funny, okay? Like they can't even catch a damn chicken, and they can't even do that, right? Okay, so there's that. Just a little palate cleanser. Yeah, exactly. Not wrong, Lemira. It's like a goddamn documentary. This is why I dress like a jester, folks. We're living in a goddamn clown show, aren't we? Living in a goddamn clown show. Isn't that lovely? All right. Here's another thing. This is a... we have here... Elon Musk has been posting, guys. My dad loves Elon Musk, by the way. My dad is a huge Elon Musk fan. Loves Elon Musk. Don't flick me off. How dare you? That is inappropriate, Dad. So inappropriate.
Just scratching my face.
Right. So we have here, Elon Musk has been posting a bunch of leaked documents and things from inside of the organized protest movement inside of Minneapolis. So someone got inside the signal chat of the Minneapolis protester movement, and they have, he has been posting all this stuff claiming that there's an active insurgency in Minneapolis and it ought to be cracked down on. So Elon Musk promoting cracking down on what he calls an insurgency in Minneapolis. He even posted this, which was a bunch of leaked signal chats from these protesters in Minneapolis. So Elon Musk doing the work of the state, trying to promote a government crackdown, a fascist government crackdown of the protester network in Minneapolis. All right. So, and he also posted what was a leaked document. I know, Loiso, was a leaked document of like strategy and stuff for these Minneapolis protesters. I don't even know if it's real, but like, okay, they're trying to, okay, he's clearly the Antichrist, right? So, okay, our billionaires really ought to face some accountability, guys. I'm just saying, I really think they ought to face some accountability. Right? So isn't that great? I'm sure no one's surprised in that. Okay.
Oh, now, okay, billionaires. I'm going to say this. If you don't use your money to help the hungry, the poor, the disenfranchised, those who are being totally treated horribly. You are part of the problem because you have the ability to be true patriots and heroes by using your money to help raise these people up, to raise them up, but you choose to keep them down. So you're guilty as hell.
Oh yeah, for sure. Here, Dad, I thought I'm gonna show you this, Dad. If anyone's seen this video, there was a 70-year-old man. Exactly. There's guys. No one. You know what, Mad Scene? I can't say that on stream, but yes, Mad Scene. Now, I will say yes, Weird Amorphous Blob guys. I love you. You know exactly what I want to say. Yes, the cake stuff, the mentioning of let them eat cake, and the mention of that machine from the past. I agree. Now, another thing here, guys, is this was an image from the protests in Minnesota. And there was a 70-year-old man down in Minnesota protesting. And there's this badass scene where he's screaming at ICE, and then he basically turns and walks into the tear gas. And I thought it would kind of give you guys a little bit of hope that there's even 70-year-old folks out there who are very pissed off at what ICE is doing.
I'm 71.
I know, right? So let's watch this. For a moment.
No!
This guy.
Fuck you! Stop! Look out! Damn!
Wow. Passionate. Oh,
Okay. I'm fine. I didn't breathe anything. I'm just angry. I'm 7 years old. Fucking
I
angry.
can relate to that.
Oh, fuck off. I don't think I'll need it, but we'll try
That's
it.
tear gas all over the place.
Yeah.
Off he walks into the tear gas.
Wow. What a scene in an American city in 20.
Okay. So someone Dad says Paparevolt's twin brother. Yeah, what a legend, right? Isn't that badass, guys? I mean, come on, that is some alpha shit. Just walks out into the tear gas, and he's like, I'm probably gonna need some water for my eyes, and then just walks into the tear gas.
And disappears.
And disappears. Okay. So there you go. All right. So that is I think a good sign, right? We got people like that. Yeah, right. Top bloke. Absolutely, Cody. Okay. So there are people out there resisting folks and things like that.
Oh, there's that picture.
Yeah, here's the picture, guys, that my dad was talking about that they edited. Look at this. So this was the White House posted this picture of a woman that was arrested. The left version is the original photo. Okay. She looks kind of defiant. She's kind of just standing there. And then what they posted online was altered to make it look like she was crying.
And she's darker,
and
too.
they darkened her skin.
Like being darker means evil.
Yeah.
Jesus.
What does that say? That they posted a darkened they darkened her skin and they made it look like she's crying. This is just sadism.
Yeah, and this is and the White House, before this was all known, said they released this picture. The White House released this false picture.
Yeah.
God.
This is where my patience is running out. Like, why would they, like, their base loves this shit, guys. Why would they add the crying and the darkened skin? Like, that's just sadism. They want to see a black woman suffering. Okay?
And they're associating her race with being bad.
Yep.
Make her a little darker. She looks even worse.
Yeah. Like,
Jesus.
I don't know what to say. Like, this is why I'm kind of losing my empathy, and I shouldn't. I'm just saying, I don't know what to do. Okay? Like, if you have a country full of people who are just sadistic and enjoy watching other human beings suffer and cry and shit. Okay. Yep.
Freak show.
Yeah. Okay. So that's that, right? Here we have another story of sadism. So Mahir Tarabishi, aged 62, was taken by ICE last October when he exited his immigration check-in appointment in Texas. Okay. He was the primary caregiver for his 30-year-old son, Wael, who suffers from a chronic muscular condition called Pompe disease. His father provided 24-hour care for him for many years. Okay. Wael died today, his family told me. Wael's health had been declining ever since his father's detention. He never got to say goodbye to his father. Maher will never see his son again. Maher came to the United States in 1994. He is not a criminal. He paid taxes. He raised a family. He was attending his immigration check-ins reliably. Now a family is destroyed, and for what? If our government has any compassion, Mahir Tarabishi would be released from detention now. He should be allowed to attend his son's funeral. May Wael rest in peace. Is this what America has become? Is this what we want America to be? Here's an image of the father and son.
Oh, my God.
The father is detained by ICE, and while he was in detention, his son perished because he is the one who took care of his son. His son died. Okay? I know, Dad. I'm trying to keep my tears back. But,
It makes me so angry.
I know.
I've never felt anger like I have with all of this going on.
Yeah. And I know, guys, I'm not trying to damper all of your moods. I know that, but hey, that's the truth of what's happening here. All right. Maybe we need some radicalization. I know, G-Man, right? I know, Lamira, right? We need some accountability for these monsters.
And there's so much that is still good about this country.
Yeah.
And there's so much that could be better.
Yeah.
But these people, the TCS is slowly but surely eroding that goodness that is there. We've never been perfect.
Yeah.
But there are people who've strived to get us close to that, and it's failing underneath Trump. It's failing.
No
We're
problem, Asma.
failing not just true Americans that live here. When I say true Americans, I mean people who know what an American should be like. Not MAGA, not TCS.
TCS being the Trump criminal syndicate.
That's what I call them.
Yeah.
But rather the ideals that we were supposedly founded on. And it's just, we have failed. They have failed us. They have failed their allies. They have failed the world.
Sylvie says, has anybody told your dad he sounds a bit like Tim Walz? Well, my dad is in the Midwest, and he was a history teacher, so I guess there is a similarity there.
And I can be humorous when I'm not angry.
Yes, although admittedly, I think my dad's a bit more ballsy than Tim Walz, okay? Okay, so, all right. Now, I wanted to, Dad, in contrast, folks, just to highlight the dystopia that we're living in, because why not? I don't know if my dad has seen this. Have you seen, Dad, any previews for the Melania movie coming out?
Haven't seen any previews. I really don't give a shit.
Yeah.
But I guess it's tanking. Even, when I say tanking, the previews, people are just criticizing it left and right.
Yeah. But just to show you, to highlight, guys, the literal clown show we're living in. Like, Donald Trump spends a lot of his time promoting this goddamn movie on his social media. While people like Wael and his son are suffering horrifically. His son's died. Wael is in prison. People are getting murdered in the streets. And then this shit is coming out, and it's being promoted all over the place. Okay? Yes, Dad. Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't. I was watching. Never mind. Okay. Well, so we'll watch this. Just watch, Dad, the preview for this.
Here we go again.
Oh, they're going to lie about everything. They're lying.
Of course.
His legacy will be that of peacemaker.
Peacemaker and defiant.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Beautiful.
Oh!
Yeah, G-Man.
Together with like-minded leaders, we have a voice.
Oh.
Is it safe?
It is safe. Oh. Oh.
Everyone wants to know.
Ooh.
So here it is.
Oh, come on.
Hi, Mr. President. Congratulations. Did you watch it? I did not. Yeah, I will see it on the news.
So again, I'm not. People shouldn't go watch this. I want to be clear about that. You should boycott this movie. But that's like, I don't even know.
Yeah.
Do we also like the dystopia? I don't even. Anyway, we're very easily distracted in America, aren't we? Right? Like.
Yeah. We sure. Whoa! Look at the squirrel out there.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
Well, yeah. While we're getting murdered in the streets and shit, they're putting out this bullshit nonsense movie about Melania as if she matters at all. I don't give a shit about Melania Trump. Okay. And you know she's going to be profiting off this. No, and that also means Trump is also probably going to be profiting off this a whole bunch. God knows how many tax dollars were spent with Secret Service and stuff to protect the people who were filming this thing. Like, okay. Yeah, so it's just something to think about. Okay. Disgusting. Okay, Meowsword. Here we have Dad. Oh, it says it's not available anymore, Meowsword. I will try to find it here. Meowsword, it says it's not available. I don't know why it's not. Oh, okay. We'll do this. This is a I got it.
Parody.
Yeah. I can't. 1 second. Where did it go? I don't know where it went. Give me a second, guys. Where is it? Where is it? I literally don't know where it went. Oh, there it is. Okay. Unfortunately, I won't be able to show it because... Oh, actually, yes, I will. Okay, we'll just do this. I gotta just move some shit around. All right, give me a second. So this, I guess, is a parody, Dad? To make fun of it for the sake of... Okay, everyone watch this. Everyone ready? Here we go.
Here we go again.
Let's hear it for the Muppets.
Jesus.
Our proudest legacy will be that of peacemaker.
Peacemaker in the fire.
God.
Beautiful. Together with like-minded leaders, we have a voice. Is it safe?
It is safe.
Everyone wants to know. So here it is.
I don't want to know. I literally don't care.
Hi, Mr. President. Congratulations. Did you watch it? I did not. Yeah, I will see it on the news.
Right, Lemira. Okay, so anyway, I just can't. Yeah, quiet, Piggy. Right? Oh my God.
Clever.
Oh, good job, Mauser. That was funny. I'm gonna lose my mind though. I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. All right. All right. So I don't know what else to say. We're living in a goddamn clown show. Yeah. Right. Living in a clown show.
I wish I could think of something more ludicrous.
Yeah, I agree, guys.
It's an insult to clowns. Even if you're scared of clowns, it's an insult to clowns.
Yeah. So, okay. That's what we're living with here, folks. All right. Give me a second, folks. I'm going to briefly ask my dad a question. Guys, if we get one more super chat, we can do a Q&A. And you can ask us whatever questions you guys want to ask. Give me a second, though. Okay, folks, sorry, we're back. I was just asking him a question, okay? Logistical question. So what's a super chat? So Madsine, that's over on YouTube. You can, if you send $2 to me and my father on YouTube, it will be
I don't know.
me,
It's to
as in
him.
like, well, we're both here though. But anyway, you can send it on YouTube. It'll be $2, and then that'll add to our number. And then, or you can become a member on you. Thank you so much, Luke. Thank you so much, Luke, for that. Okay. Q&A. All right, fair, Luke. So we'll do a Q&A. Let's do a Q&A real fast, and then I'll do a brief presentation. All right. Okay. So guys, this will be, my dad's going to get off after we do this Q&A. So
well, hey, watch your mouth.
Oh my God. All right. So, all right, guys. So this is how this works. We'll do a brief presentation after he's off here, but you guys can ask us any questions about history, about politics, anthropology. You can ask personal questions. Of course, we can decide what
Love,
to answer.
death, and robots. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. How dare you, Dolly Boy? Yeah. Love, death, and robots. Yeah. I got my dad into Love, Death, and Robots, by the way. Okay, guys. So what questions would you like to ask us? My dad or I? Go ahead and ask it. All right. As a matter of fact, how about we do this, Dad? I have to go piss, Dad. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that blunt?
You don't have to go piss Dad.
Yeah. So
I can do that on
Asmit,
my own.
How dare you, Asmit? Okay. So okay. All right.
I'm an old man. I should be the one leaving here and doing that.
Right.
He's a young punk.
Young punk. Okay.
Approaching middle age, young punk.
Yeah, right. So, okay, what I'm going to do, so Dad, you can actually see the questions that they're asking right here. I will move it over so you can see it better.
My eyesight a lot.
Yeah, we can get closer if you want to. I'm going to go pee, but then I'll be right back. Okay. So we all see this. The first question I see here, is, sorry, it moves around like that. What period of history should we focus on? What's your guys' area of knowledge? I'll answer the rest of that. I'll be right back.
What should we focus on? Well, it depends upon what you're trying to learn from history or about history. I mean, it depends. I don't know what else to say about that. I mean, I reach back when I work here with my son, do this with my son. I reach back to various types to bring up history that seems to be relevant here. And you also asked, what's your guys' area of knowledge? Well, Western European, I'm getting a cramp in my leg from sitting here. Western European, actually also Eastern European, American, and I don't mean just U.S. Let's see here. China, did a lot of studies in that. Japan, Far East, India, Africa. I spent a lot of my time teaching my students that when I asked them, give me the name of a country in this continent, I'd point to it, and invariably they would go, oh, the country of Africa. So I made it really on me to go, wait a minute. Okay, we got to learn something more than just Africa is in Africa. So it's varied, more in some areas than others, but and so anyway, there you go. Don't get me wrong, I'm not an expert in everything, but I have some knowledge. Okay.
All right, guys. Let me see what else we got here. Has Paparevolt listened to any more Ren? I don't think so, Doug. I don't think my dad has a Ren that.
Yes, I know.
Yes, okay. What are Paparevolt's top 5 movies? Oh, God. Outer Signal. What are your top 5 movies, Dad?
Oh, geez.
That's going to be a hard one.
Once again, it depends, but I'll try. And this isn't in any order. Pulp Fiction. I love Pulp Fiction.
Pulp Fiction.
Let's see here. Saving Private Ryan, because my dad was there. I mean, he was at Omaha Beach, and he did some of that stuff. So I got to get an idea of what he went through, and then I understood him more. Let's see here. Oh, good God. Oh, a romantic. The Somewhere in Time. That's the romantic me coming out. Let's see here. so many of
Pulp
them.
Fiction, Somewhere in Time. What else did you say?
The Saving Private Ryan.
Saving Private Ryan.
Debbie Does Dallas.
Oh my God.
No, that's not it.
See, look, I'm not the only one that makes sexual jokes, guys. See?
What's sexual about that? It's about a lawmaker in
Uh-huh.
Dallas,
Right,
and
right,
she's
right.
trying to do the right thing.
Debbie Does Dallas. Right, okay. Lemira, Paparevolt, what historical event are you most fascinated by? Well, I'm sorry. You can think of the last two movies first.
I would have to say, well, there's one out there, Paths of Glory. Paths of Glory. That's pretty good. Oh my golly. The original Alien.
Yeah,
Now,
that's a good choice.
there's a lot that would all be on a horizontal line, all equal, but off the top of my head, that's what I would say.
Okay. Next one here.
What was the one you're about ready to do?
That one was further down. I accidentally skipped another one. So let's see here. What did countries? Oops. Oh, crap.
I thought I just saw it.
Wait. Sorry. There we go. What did countries become obsessed? Why did countries become obsessed with the land grab for Africa after knowing about its existence for so long? Oh, that's I can answer that if my dad.
I can answer.
I know
it.
you can too, but
Okay. It started out a little more simply. Part of it was trade, and basically the Europeans. This was before discovery by Europeans of North America and South America, but Europeans had a trade route that went across the Mediterranean. They would send trading ships, and it was the Italian city-states who controlled this. But they would go to ports on the eastern side of the Mediterranean, like Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul, and those places. And a lot of spices and other goods would come across what's called the Silk Road from the Far East over to those ports where they would pick them up and take them back. And Europe was starting to get wealthy on this type of trade, and they loved the stuff. I mean, they were getting cinnamon, nutmeg, and for instance, cinnamon was more valuable than gold was to the Europeans at one point. But then what happened is that Constantinople fell, and the ports were shut down, and suddenly Europe was like, "Oh God, how are we going to get these goods?" So the Portuguese funded expeditions to try to find a way to the Far East by going around Africa. And in order to do that, they set ports up along the coast of Africa to resupply the ships and to be able to get them there. And as they did this, and more countries got involved too, but the Portuguese were one of the first that did this, but more Europeans did. And as they did this, they discovered that Africa had some things there, raw materials that they also wanted. And so they start making inroads instead of just having a port on the coast. They
Screw
start
you,
to make
Mayflower
inroads.
Kid.
And to be honest, if you look at the western coast of Africa, kind of midway down, like the Sahel region on down, a lot of the countries are narrow and long. They're weird. It's because the Europeans went in looking for these things, and they discovered all this wealth.
So why did they wait until the 19th century to really grab up Africa?
Okay, a lot of it was prestige. A lot of it was the Industrial Revolution had started, and they were able to get a lot of wealth from there.
Disease is another thing too.
They
had trouble conquering the interior of
Oh,
Africa.
they did.
Because they would experience horrific diseases, and it was not easy to take over Africa. They had to wait until they developed better medicine and then also industrialized to be able to conquer the people of Africa. So there's a lot of growth.
Also, too, slavery.
Right,
Of course, that
right,
actually
Jonas?
started back before.
Yeah.
And I do want to mention slavery has been around since God only knows. But what made this slavery different was that, for instance, the Romans.
Yes.
That they defeated you. They hauled you off as slaves. They didn't give a crap what color you were. You were our slaves. The Greeks did the same thing. The Egyptians did the same thing. And I could go on and on and on with this.
Yeah.
What made this different was that the Europeans saw the black Africans as being less than human. And therefore, we were going to enslave the black Africans because they're black, because they're not quite human. Matter of fact, they associated a lot of the Africans that they were enslaving as being the offspring of Cain and Abel, because Cain killed Abel, his brother, in the Bible, and therefore Cain was condemned to bear the dark mark of that sin. Well, the dark mark was the dark skin, and that's what a lot of Europeans believe. So that got them into then to racial.
Thank you, Dolly Boy.
Enslavement. But then as time went on, and they got, as my son said, they then went further in, found and explored it from a European point of view, and saw themselves as superior to the people, divided and conquered them. And
yeah.
Now, it wasn't always easy. I mean, the native people there tried to stop them.
Yeah.
They really did. And sometimes they inflicted a lot of damage against the Europeans.
Yeah.
But in the long run.
By the way, we have this idea that like it was easy for the Europe, like they were, you know, that the native peoples of Africa were deeply disadvantaged. They were not at the beginning. Okay, they were not. It was only during the Industrial Revolution and the invention of quinine, which allowed them to go further in. And even then, they struggled a bit. The only way they were able to, I guess, do industrial development was because they looted like the New World and other places
Belgium.
first. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
So, I mean, like, okay, yeah, it's, and by the way, slavery did a ton of damage to African populations. So a lot of African groups have been deeply weakened by the slave trade, amongst other things. Okay. All right. Let's see here. What other questions we got? Let me see here. Favorite books, interesting reads. What are some of your favorite books, Dad?
Oh, gee. God, there's a lot of them out there. There is a book that I really like. It's in a series of books, but this one in particular I really like, and it has to do with the late 1600s, early to mid 1700s here in the colonies, and it's called Wilderness Empire, and it's a fairly accurate depiction of the fight for empire over here between the French and the British and the Native Americans that were caught in between. Some took the French side, some took the British side, and it was awful. And that's one of my favorites. Let's see here. Okay, I'm going to show
Defying Hitler.
What?
Defying Hitler.
Oh, yes.
I thought you like that book.
Oh, what's the other one too?
From Ashes to Life.
From Ashes to Life.
Ashes to Life, yeah.
And also to the oh shoot, I was going to say this one. Oh, I'm going to show my age on this. As a kid, I loved them, and I read them over and over again, and I still love them. It's Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's Sherlock Holmes, and the reason why I love them, because it was all about, he always stressed, you know, use your intellect. You know, don't look at the stupid things that, oh, there can't be that. And also, most of his stories that he wrote about Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Yeah, Jonas.
Before you get to the very end and find out what the problem was, how it was solved, there's usually enough evidence is given to you, information that you can try to solve it yourself. And I love that.
Yes. Yeah, Sherlock Holmes stories are great. Guys, I really like Sherlock Holmes too. We still will watch, there's an old Sherlock Holmes series it's from the BBC, isn't it, Dad? Or what is it from?
I think so.
It's an English show. It's from the UK, with what's his face as
Jeremy Brett.
Jeremy Brett, is that what his name is? That played Sherlock Holmes. I still think it's the best Sherlock Holmes series around. It's probably the closest to the realistic Sherlock Holmes that you can get. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I think it's called. Anyway, very good.
And there's other books too, but that's just off the top of my head.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to like talk over you.
Yeah, you did.
A little bit. Just kidding. Okay. Can you talk about your view of the Holocaust? Now we see it rightly as one of the worst atrocities in human history. How long did it take to get this infamy? Was it the result of the Nuremberg trials? Ooh, that's a complex question. Mad Scene.
Okay, what do I think of it? I think it was horrible. I mean, I don't even have the words for it. It's almost like a bunch of demons did this. Okay, straight from hell. I believe. Why did it take? How did it come out? Well, first of all, there was already some ideas that this was going on over in Germany, even before World War II broke out. And I mean World War II in 1939. Dachau was already built, and there were some stories. There were a lot of people in Germany trying to get out. Einstein, think of him. And but when as it really got going,
by the way, he's a mad scene is clarifying like what are your views on how we as a society view the Holocaust?
Oh, we as a society. Okay. Depends upon who you are. Some people say, like Holocaust deniers, they say it never happened. It was all nothing but propaganda by the Allies to make the Nazis look bad.
Which,
Bullshit.
of course, is bullshit, yes.
There was even a professor, if the doctorate, and from some university here in the U.S.
A
out
chemistry
west,
professor
who spoke up and just said this is all untrue. He wrote a book, and he pushed that scenario.
And he was a chemistry professor, by the way. He wasn't a historian.
Yeah. Now, and there are people who believed it. I mean, I can say this, but I'm going to apply this generally, but I'm going to use my experience. I knew about it and believed it and thought it was horrendous. And as I got older and learned more, it was even worse than I thought. And a part of that reason was because of my dad. He fought in World War II, fought in North Africa, fought his way from Omaha Beach at Normandy across to the Elbe River. He happened also to be one of the men on a reconnaissance mission just north of Munich, where they came across Dachau, and they radioed back, "You got better send somebody up here." And he told me he never got over what he saw. He was always a mix of emotions, sad, on the point of tears, angry. All these emotions ran through him all the time. Matter of fact, when we visited Germany much later, my wife and I and my mom and dad and the rest of our family went. We were in Munich, and I wanted to go see Dachau, and so did my wife and my brother who was with us and his wife. And my dad said, my mom wanted to go, said, "Okay, you guys can go. I'll wait back here." And we said, "Why not?" He says, "I can't go. It'll all come back to me. It'll just, the aroma, what I saw, the horrors. I can't go." No disrespect to those that lost their lives there. And all of this always stuck with me. So I think there was a generation there, what they call the greatest generation, that believed it. But somewhere along the line, it kind of got lost for some reason.
You think it did? I think it's still talked about a lot.
Well, no. What I'm saying is that you suddenly have Holocaust deniers and
Well,
people who go, "Oh, it wasn't as bad as it was." You know, the Germans were going hungry. Of course, the people in these camps are going to die. They're dying of starvation. They didn't have enough food. I mean, making excuses.
Right, but there's like very few people that do that anymore.
Yeah, that's true. It is true.
Yeah.
But there are some out there still.
Yes.
But I think.
But why do we talk so much about the Holocaust? I think is the question. Like, why
do we talk about it?
Mhm.
Because it's one of the biggest horrors in modern human history.
Mhm.
One of the biggest horrors. And that people sat by and watched it happen. I mean, watched it happen, meaning the people in Germany, although they said, "Oh, we never knew it was happening," although, a 2-minute walk took you to the main gate at Dachau. And so it occupies us. And we also said it was really heavily documented. And we promised never again would that happen. But that being really big on the Holocaust also eventually brought to the forefront other what I want to say, genocides that had to come out, that started coming out. So the Holocaust, I think, helped open the door to realizing that people can be super evil, like the genocide in the Congo that the Belgians committed against the native peoples there, the genocides in Stalin's Russia
Yeah.
and so forth.
I think one of the reasons why the Holocaust was such a turning event was because it was people that were white or passed as white who were massively executed, partially. Because, like, the Germans had already had concentration camps in Africa where they slaughtered tons of people. No one really cared about that shit. No one really cared about what Leopold of Belgium did. I feel like I am exaggerating slightly. There are other reasons why it's in the public consciousness because of like the Nuremberg trials. There was a massive media frenzy around it because it was related to an enemy of these countries.
Also, a massive amount of video.
Yes,
and
images,
paperwork and interviews. I mean, massive.
Yes, but I do think a part of that was that Jewish folks, especially, were viewed as more human. As a matter of fact, folks, many people don't know this, but you know that there were gay people in these concentration camps. And do you know that the Allies basically kept the gay people in the concentration camps because they believed that that part of German law was legitimate? There was still a part of German law that said that it was criminal to be gay, and they didn't connect that to the Nazis. So they kept a lot of the gay people who had been imprisoned under the Nazis in prison.
Well, it was also a part of U.S. law in other countries too.
Yeah. So like we were still discriminating against certain groups of people that had been imprisoned by the Nazis.
However, what I do want to add in here though, but the ethnic group that we tend to call, Jewish, Hebrew, Hitler actually wanted to eliminate them off the face of the earth. I mean, just totally wipe them out. The Nazis did kind of believe to a certain extent that they could change people who were gay at a point, and then finally they went, "Oh, I guess we can't." They were born that way. I mean, they're the ones that came up with. They realized, "Oh, they're born that way," so they start killing them. But it was what made the Holocaust really bad was that the Nazis were trying to kill off an entire ethnic group of people. Every person in that ethnic group. There were some high-ranking Nazis that were gay. And as long as they were high-ranking and swore their oath to the Nazi cause and to
Correct, a mad scene. It wasn't until the 1970s that all the gay prisoners were released.
Yes.
Look it up, folks. So this was not necessarily the United States being beneficent to the Jewish people. It was, but like, okay. All right. Yep, Jonas, I know. People don't talk about this though.
No.
But something else, sorry to cut you off, Deb, but you all know about the Rwandan genocide, right? And which happened in 1994. That doesn't get nearly as much attention as the Holocaust did, right? But it was a genocide, a very brutal genocide where almost 1 million people were slaughtered with machetes. Why do we think that didn't get as much attention as the Holocaust? I think we can guess partially.
Well, I also want to mention too, a lot of the victims of the Holocaust had relatives over here in the U.S. and a lot of the victims that survived came to the U.S. to live, and that helped keep the story alive. I mean, that the Jewish community kept it alive because they didn't want people to forget what happened, and therefore it was added into our history books. Now, I'll tell you, I've never met a history book that I liked, written for school. They're horrible. But they would mention the Holocaust in the history books because it involved indirectly and directly the U.S., but it was only a small part. What does Rwanda have to do with us? Now, I'm not saying that because I believe that.
Yeah, you're talking like from how they thought. Yeah.
Who's going to be here advocating to never forget that one?
Yeah. Well, also, too, I think the images of Black Africans is not as impactful to Americans and people around the globe. So you see Black Africans suffering on TV, you're going to be like, oh, that's unfortunate. And then
That's
you're going
the way it's always been.
Yeah, it's like they're doing it to themselves. That's the view that a lot of people have.
Colonialism did it.
Yep. Same thing, by the way, is partially guys with Palestinians. Same thing partially with Palestinians. A lot of people seen the suffering of Palestinians and they think, well, that classic argument people make that, well, they've been killing each other for generations. So like, why does it matter to us? Okay. Very dehumanizing language, very dehumanizing. The idea of I did a presentation, guys, for the community on the Rwandan genocide, and we had people coming into the chat saying, well, this was just tribal warfare. These, like the Hutus and the Tutsis were tribes, and this was classic tribal warfare. And no, they were not tribes. They were castes that were created by Belgian colonials. Anyway, so like we, right? Okay, so there's a lot that goes into this crap. Yeah. All right, next question here. And maybe guys, we'll maybe do a stream more on this sometime. What about this one, guys? Dad, what's your favorite animal? What's your favorite animal, Dad?
I want to say human, but not really. I don't know. I got a lot of favorite animals right now. Cat, domesticated cats, because I grew up with domesticated cats. I grew up with a lot of different animals, but domesticated cats, we have one right now. My wife loves cats, so. But there's others I really like.
How dare you, Jonas? Jonas says, please say chimps, because I hate chimpanzees. I think
chimps?
Yeah, like chimps, because I'm terrified of chimpanzees.
I like my son.
That is the worst insult you could have, calling me a chimpanzee. Okay.
Oh, he's gonna throw his shit at me.
Might as well, right? Okay. All right. Let's see what other questions we got here, Dad. Paparevolt. What? Thank you, Lamira. What historical event are you most fascinated by? Don't you point that out, Lamira. I see you. Don't you support him? Okay.
Oh gee. What? Oh, once again, there's so many different ones. It depends upon on the context. Well, I'm fascinated with what we call over here in the United States the French and Indian Wars. There were 3 of them. If you go to the UK, they give them all 3 of those 3 different names. Because it was a clash of cultures, of empires. I really, let's see here,
What was the question? Oh, like your favorite historical event?
my favorite historical event?
No, that was the question, right? What's your favorite?
No, it was actually, anyway, my favorite historical event would be marrying my wife.
Oh, okay, that's cute. Did you guys hear that? It took me a moment. He said marrying his wife.
His mom.
Yes. Aw. Okay, great. Right, Lamira? Okay, yeah. He's a charmer, I guess you could say. All right. Okay, guys, let me see what other questions you got here. I'm trying to find here. There's, guys, you get so many comments. Boop-a-doop-boop-boo, boop-a-doop-boop-boo. What, the 1970s? Yep. Okay. God, sorry, there's so many comments because I'm having to go way back up because you guys are talking a lot. Okay, let's see here. What terrifies me? Okay, Curse of Cain. Sorry, guys. All right. What freaks me out? What historical event? Jesus. God damn it, guys. You got so many comments here. I'm having trouble getting back up. I'm going to quickly, give me a second. Give me a second.
You know, we've given you 10.
Okay. Everyone stop commenting for a second. God, I can't find any other questions. I know they're here, but there's like, you guys are commenting so much. All right, you know what, guys, repeat the questions. repeat the questions if you had questions that I missed. Here you go. What's a historical event you regret living through? What's a historical event you regret living through?
Well, I'm going to say a time period, the 60s into the early 70s. Now, I enjoyed it because I was a kid, but I also regret living through it because that was the era, at least here in our country, of the Vietnam War and also the Civil Rights Movement. A lot of
G-Man and Mayflower Kid, how dare you? Sorry, go ahead.
So anyways, it was very distressing to me at the time, and that probably influenced my views even today. You know, it's just it's that time period.
Okay. Yeah, there was another comment. Someone asked, "How was it like? What was it like when I came out to you, Dad? When I came out to you as a gay man, I'm guessing."
Not at the hospital when you were born.
No,
You came out to me.
yeah.
Okay.
How was it when I came out to you as a gay guy?
I already suspected it.
Mm-hmm.
And growing up at a time when being gay was a choice, meaning
it was viewed
as that, and the scientific evidence wasn't real strong. You never heard of it that way. I accepted him being that. Did I?
I think the first time I told you, you said that it could be a phase or something like that.
No, I don't remember. So I would.
Well, no, it doesn't matter. Like, because
Okay.
you adapt. Like, it was something in passing.
It was okay, but I was a little troubled. I start going, what did I do?
Yeah, and by the way, but before you say more, Dad, I want to point out, guys, he grew up in he grew up as a Catholic and things like that. A lot of parents, like, even if they don't, like, they've been taught certain things, right? And he never was cruel, like, he never was bad about it, all right? Like, so even if, you see what I mean? Like, he accepted me very quickly, all right?
And also, too, there was already a gay member in my family, meaning not the immediate, but I had a cousin that was, and he was a nice guy, and he was, sometimes treated badly because of him being gay, and I never understood that. So that helped. And this is before my son was born. My dad had a family member on his side that was, and my dad always looked up to this cousin of his. This is a different cousin now, because the other one was on my mom's side. And so and neither one of them ever really talked about it. Even when it was on the news, it wasn't like, oh God, here we go again. They never used the terminology that was used. And so I think that helped me be more accepting.
Yes, and you were always accepting and kind about it. Guys, like, that's okay. So Mauser says you don't have to immediately and instantly accept a change as long as he's loving and accepting. Exactly. And he never wasn't loving and accepting of it. Okay. Even though, like, I told you the words that was said the first time, that didn't mean anything.
And there are parts of him that I don't love or accept to this day.
Okay. Though I will say, though, guys, we had this really annoying incident.
Oh, are you going to talk with the doctor?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
So,
we.
I'm not going to go into full detail here about it. All right. But I basically saw a therapist. I was seeing a therapist about about some stuff going on with me. Okay. And I told the therapist that I was gay, and the therapist immediately said to me, like, well, how does your dad react to that? How does your dad react to that? And I'm like, oh, he's been fine about it. My dad has been really good about it. My mother has been very good about it. I haven't directly told them that I'm gay, but they seem to know, and they don't seem to care. Well, I think I was a teenager still at this point. Okay. We leave that room. And I go out to see my dad and my mom, and the therapist comes with me, and he took my mom, my dad, and I back into a room, and he started basically yelling at my dad.
He pulls his chair up. I'm sitting down. He pulls his chair up and literally gets in my face.
Yeah, it was like up in his face saying, you better accept him. You better accept him.
Oh,
And
lecturing me.
and I was sitting there going, no, 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 no. He's fine.
Yeah, he's actually saying
He
that.
hasn't done anything wrong. He's actually been very accepting.
My son was mortified.
Yeah, I was
I
mortified.
was getting angry.
Yes, and I don't blame you for getting angry. And I mean, I expect folks what had happened was that this, and I kind of understood the psychologist's perspective. He probably had experienced parents who had been so bad to their kids.
The
you know what I
stories
mean?
were, there were a lot of them back then.
Yeah, but he obviously was not really, and this therapist was also probably gay. Let's just put it that way. And I got that impression, but like not a good approach.
And he had a doctorate too. He was a doctor.
Yep.
So
anyway, but like, so that was a weird experience. Okay. I felt so guilty, and I know it wasn't my fault.
Yeah, he even, see, my son apologized numerous times to me later on. Like, don't. It was him.
Yeah.
You know, I'd be apologizing to you because I really wanted to haul off and punch the guy in the face.
Yeah. Oh, I don't
dare
blame
you
him. Yeah.
Say that to me.
Yes. Okay. All right.
Anyway,
Yeah. No, you're right. Exactly. Okay.
I'm not a violent man.
No, but I don't blame you. That was like, okay. Let's see here. I'm trying to see if I'm okay, guys. Any other questions? Oh yeah, Malzord has one. What's your favorite? Oh, I think were you about to say something to me?
I'm just looking at you.
Okay, your favorite adventurer. Okay, favorite adventure or feat, like Shackleton, Roy Chapman, Andrews. Earhart.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm gonna say my feet are my favorite. Adventurer, somebody who went out, kind of like an explorer to a certain extent.
Malzord is a
Are you
sycophant
talking
for Shackleton.
I'm gonna say art as for Shackleton.
Yeah, Malzord loves Shackleton.
I'm gonna say, are you talking about
Simp
the level
for
of
Shackleton.
Shackleton? And yes, I know that story. At that level, because if that's the case, once again, I can't narrow it down to one. I love the Shackleton story. Oh shoot. If you're talking more general, the Wright brothers, in a way, they're adventurers. They defied all the odds and criticisms. Let's see here. Oh, I guess, shoot, was it Bird? Got to the, what is it, North Pole, South Pole?
Oh, I can never remember.
South Pole, I think.
Yeah.
But the story behind Bird, and it's not so much Bird himself, but his assistant that went with him, who was a Black American.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
I think it was Bird. It's been a long time since I taught this. And the reason why I love that adventure is because although, once again, I think it's Bird, although Bird got the credit for reaching the pole ahead of anybody else, there's very strong evidence that, I wish I could remember the assistant's name, actually got there first before him, but that assistant never got the credit for it. I wonder why. But I love the whole story behind it and how the two of them went there.
That's cool.
So
that's a good answer.
Yeah, looking for the poles, it would be cool.
My favorite adventurers were the Donner Party. I thought that was I love that story. For those who don't know what that is, look it up, the Donner Party. Anyway, Jonas says, if war, thank you for the super chat, for the contribution, Jonas. This will be the last question, Dad. Okay. If war does occur, which we feel is likely now, what advice would you give us to prepare for the horror as a vet? So my dad himself is not a vet, but his father was a vet. But go ahead, Dad. So if war does occur, what advice would you give us to prepare for it, for the horror of it? Jonas, you disgust me. Jonas says, why isn't Columbus your favorite adventurer? He's joking. Okay. Oh, that's okay, Jonas.
Well, I'm heavily influenced on my dad because my dad always said, if it was something like the Nazis rising up again, he said, I'd go back in a heartbeat to stop it. But he said, the bottom line, though, if you strip that away and just say war in general, he said, I hope there is never another one again because it's horrible. It's horrible for everybody. and also studying wars and stuff has affected me. So I guess don't lose your humanity. Number one, don't lose your humanity. That is very easy to do and become a monster. So you have to fight that. Secondly, you got to do the right thing. You got to do the right thing. I mean, if it's your country that has caused the war, you've got to do what you can in your power to try to, what I want to say, disavow that role that your country has taken, and try to get people together, get more and more voices together. If it's something that is truly horrific and is
Thank you, G-Man.
and extremely morally wrong that some country is doing to another, I really hesitate to say this, but you got to do what you got to do to stop that horror. And sometimes that may be having to take up arms to bring justice to that situation.
Right.
But don't lose your humanity in the process.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of that comes from my dad.
Yeah. I think that'd be a good conclusion for the entire time that my dad has been on today. Don't lose your humanity, people, and don't dehumanize others. Right, Dad? For everything we've talked about today.
Yeah, right, chimp.
Okay. Excuse me. You just called me a chimp. Okay. All right. Thank you, Dad, for joining us.
You're welcome. I enjoy this. I'm
yes.
a little worn out after everything.
Yeah, and we'll have him come on again, of course. I know you love when Paparevolt's on, so we'll have Paparevolt on again soon.
Man, you guys don't have any taste, do you?
God, you're such an asshole. Okay.
No, coming on for me. That's what it is.
Yeah. Oh, I know they are.
I'm being modest.
Yeah,
which
they
says
are.
Right away, I'm not modest if I'm saying I'm modest.
Yeah, they're all definitely coming on for you. Like no one here likes me. I'm pretty sure, right?
That's the rest of the humanity there.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Okay. All right. So thank you, Paparevolt. Guys, I'm gonna briefly put it on the waiting screen, and then I'll be right back. Okay.
Bye.
I'll be right back. We'll do a little more on the stream before I get off. Okay. All right, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life. I need your
All right, there we go. Hello, guys. Hello. All right, guys. I'm going to, we will call you Amateur Revolt. Now, why? Why Amateur Revolt? What's wrong with you people? All right, guys, I'm back. So, salut, Lamira, salut. Oh, good God. All right. First of all, I am very hot. So excuse me while I take off my clothes. All right. Excuse me while I take off my clothes. Not take them off like completely naked, but I need to take off my sweater because I'm very hot. So give me a second. I'm sorry. I know I'm sledding it up. Can't help myself. I'm like burning up down here. So how's everyone? Do we all like it? Do we all like my father being on here? Do we all like my father being on here? It's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes. I can't stand the heat. Okay. Forgive me. All right. That's much better. Oh, my God. All right. Oh, good God. Now I can put the... Forgive me. I'm going to keep the jester hat off just for a little bit. Just for a little bit because I'm very hot. Okay. All right. Yes, this is the soft launch of my OnlyFans. All right, guys. You guys liked it, so you like having Paparevolt on? Paparevolt is great, isn't he? Isn't Paparevolt great? Yeah, Ninjester. How you doing, Ninjester? Okay, excellent. We love Paparevolt around here. Now, you casual? How dare you, Lamira? Okay, I know you weren't here yesterday, Lamira. You only came here because Paparevolt was here. I know you. I know how all of you operate. Okay. Yeah, very possibly, Luke. I hope so. I hope it is like that. You're cuddling with your new pup, Alyssa. Amazing. Okay. Oh, I know, right? HGMS. I know that dumb quote from Michelle Obama. So, all right. I know, right? People love Paparevolt on here. So, thank you guys, by the way, for everyone who's been contributing during it. All right. Oh, I need to let me sit up for a second. Oh, my back. Shit. Okay. I was disappointed when I missed Twin Stream. Oh, don't worry, Onus. My sister will be on soon. Okay, I'm gonna get my sister back on, Twin Revolt back on very soon. All right. All right. Hello, Jake Love. Welcome back, Jake Love. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. So, yeah, there are some older people, Weirdomorphous Blob, who do have the right view of things, I guess you could say. Okay, guys. So I did want to do a brief presentation here. Okay. After Paparevolt, it'll be very quick, but so I'm going to put this up. You know me, I always got to do a little education stuff. This won't take terribly long, but I want to make you yes, I am a twin. For those who are asking, yes, I am a twin. I have a twin sister. Stop, don't look at my armpit, G-man. I'm just itching I know I shouldn't show you my armpit. It's all hairy and shit. It's gross. It's nasty. Okay. How dare all of you embarrass me. All right. So, there we go. So, let me do a brief presentation here. And while we're doing this, guys, hello, Tomation. While we're doing this, I want you, me, Hayori, obviously I'm the better twin, obviously. Actually, my twin sometimes comes into the chat here. Resident Union Thug is my twin. Sometimes she comes in here. Okay. So, and you guys, my original community members, how dare you, Luke? My original, yeah, prepare for trouble. And she'll sometimes I have her on stream. Hopefully I'll have her again on stream. She's actually a union activist, so she's actually really good for, bye-bye, Mayflower Kid. She's really good for talking about left-wing stuff, okay? So, all right, let's chat, shall we? So here we got, okay, so I'm going to do a brief presentation. While we're doing this presentation, think about how this idea might apply to the Trump administration, okay? I am obviously G-Man. Okay. Think about how this might apply. You know it, Jonas. Right. So, okay. Though admittedly, Jonas, my father didn't used to be a lefty. He's gotten radicalized as he's gotten older. He used to be sort of a Republican, but not like hyper conservative. But okay. We've become more radicalized. He's become more radicalized as he's gotten older and more left wing, which is kind of interesting. Okay. So here we're going to talk really quickly about something called the Führerprinzip, okay? Führerprinzip, which is a Nazi idea, okay? And it's very short, so don't worry. Please don't leave the stream, because if you don't like being educated, please leave the stream. Yeah, Bush-era Republican. Absolutely, he used to be, but not anymore, okay, at all. Yeah, like a moderate kind, guys, like a Bush-era Republican, okay? But not so much anymore, obviously. Exactly, guys, but he's not that way anymore. All right. So let's talk about the Führerprinzip, shall we? So in Nazi Germany, we're checked out. Oh, of course I have Blueberry. Of course I have Blueberry. Of course I've checked out Marx and Lenin's books. Absolutely. All right. So this is a very important idea from the Third Reich, from Nazi Germany. Okay. It was sort of the governing philosophy of the Third Reich. It was called the Führerprinzip, okay, which basically means the leadership principle. Okay, leadership principle. And it was developed, kind of written down in legal form by this guy on the left. His name is Carl Schmitt, and he was a monster. He was basically a jurist from Nazi Germany who wrote a book doing legal rationalizations of how Hitler ruled the government. It's sort of just a bullshit rationalization, but he developed this idea of the Führerprinzip, and it is kind of how they governed, okay? So this is the idea of the Führerprinzip, all right? So the Führerprinzip was a cornerstone of Nazi ideology. It established that Adolf Hitler, who's the leader, okay, the leader, what his word was law, all right? The will of the leader and the word of the leader is law. It does not matter what the law actually says, because the Führer, the leader's voice, words, ideas are law automatically. Okay? So the idea basically that the word was above, his word was above all written law, and it demanded unquestioning obedience to the leader. Okay? Merging, and basically it merged all state, party, and social authority into a strict hierarchy with the leader at the top. Correct, Jonas. As a matter of fact, Jonas says, didn't they also have the same idea with the military command? Yeah. As a matter of fact, when Hitler was chancellor, the military does a traditional vowing of allegiance to the Weimar Constitution and government. While they were repeating the allegiance, they added in that they are allegiant to the Führer, so to Hitler personally. So they made it so that the military did an oath directly to Hitler as opposed to the Constitution. Okay. Yes, G-Man, it is basically despotism. It is a form of despotism. Okay. And here we have on the left here is an image from a Nazi rally. It says, Der Führer hat immer recht. So the Führer is always right. Okay. Or the Führer is always correct. The Führer is always the right way to go. And this is, yes, guys, that is the guy that was quoted in that Jubilee debate when he said Carl Schmitt. Yeah, that's who he meant. Okay, that's who he meant. Okay. So what does this mean? Okay, this is basically just, basically just like a authoritarian government, right? But there are some interesting principles that come out of this that we should look for in our own government right now, all right? And maybe compare a bit. So the Führerprinzip, the leadership principle. And by the way, another part of this, guys, is that every government agency has a leader that everyone below it has to be obedient to. And then those leaders also have to be obedient to Hitler. So everything goes back to Hitler, but you have to be obedient to the person right above you. What have we seen Trump do? In what way do we see a Führerprinzip happening under Trump? Has he not been replacing chunks of the military and the civil service with people obedient to him? Hasn't he? Doesn't he fire anyone who doesn't follow the Führerprinzip and replace them with loyalists? Doesn't he seem that if anyone contradicts him, he finds ways to get rid of them and replace them with a loyalist? Okay. You see what I mean? So it's an interesting principle, right? That you see something similar happening, okay, with this idea of a Führerprinzip. All right? Okay? Exactly, the unitary executive theory, all right? Okay? All right, so going back over here, let's see what some of the implications of this are. One of the implications of this, guys, one of the implications of this is that the leader creates reality. If everything the leader says must become law or is automatically law and automatically true legally, that leader can create whatever reality they want. Doesn't matter how accurate it is, right? If the leader says it, it's true, and then the whole apparatus has to follow suit. So it creates a situation where the leader creates the reality. You see what I mean? It doesn't matter if it's actually reality. If you say it enough, if the leader says it, if the Führer says it, it's the reality. And why is it reality? Because there are consequences if you don't view it as the reality. You see it, Jonas, right? Do we kind of see how that works under Trump? The leader creating the reality. And all these subgroups underneath Trump, all the leadership underneath Trump then helps reproduce that reality. They repeat the lie. The right-wing media repeats the lies. They almost create their own reality, right? Now, okay. So the Führerprinzip leads to the creation of an alternate reality. It's whatever the leader says it is. Okay? There you go, Lamira. There you go, Lamira. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of like an evil version, version of evolution. Those not fit to meet the conditions don't survive. In this case, the trait needed to survive is the ability to deny reality and agree with the leader. 100% a mad scene. I couldn't have said it better myself. And under fascism, I have said this before, folks, under any sort of authoritarianism, the people that get put into power are not there because they are competent. They're there because they're loyal, which automatically means you're going to have a bunch of incompetent people in power because it doesn't matter how competent they are. All that matters is loyalty. And boy, do we see that, don't we? Okay, G-Man, what a cucked subservient ideology. Right, G-Man? For all these Nazis and fascists being like, oh, we're the alphas, we're these big manly men. No, they're just a bunch of obedient betas, okay, to the will of the leader and the reality he creates, okay? People out there, create your see what the real reality is. Don't be cucked, okay? There you go, Malzord. Okay, so the leader ends up creating the reality. All right, let's go to this one. The leader overrides written law. Like, if the leader's words are law and everyone in the government has to sort of obey the leader, what happens if it goes against the law? Well, not much, because the whole apparatus is run by the leader. Now, this we have not fully seen yet, I don't think. Don't get me wrong. We are very close to this. We still have some judicial checks, barely. Well, many laws are being ignored. Many judicial orders are being ignored. There do appear to be a few, and don't yell at me for this, there does appear to be a little bit of pushback from the judicial branch, but basically what Trump says at this point goes and kind of overrides whatever the written law is. Don't we see that? Okay? Like, again, not completely, I don't think yet, but I don't want to give you the illusion that we are safe. We're not. It is crumbling, and we might have even gotten to this point already. Yeah, Dolly boy. But okay, under the Führerprinzip, the written law doesn't matter. And I should also point out, okay, they feel strong because they think people they're trampling on are the real betas. Exactly, weird amorphous blob. Okay, so okay, it's a problem, right? This is even worse. This is even worse because the leader, in our case, right? In our case, the leader has the right to pardon people who have committed federal crimes. So literally, the leader can pardon people who have broken laws. Therefore, it doesn't really matter what the law is in some ways. Okay, Jonas, doesn't the Supreme Court prevent this? Yes, Jonas. So that's my point here, is that there is still a mechanism to control this. In theory, the Supreme Court has been taken over by the right wing. They still have put out some rulings that go against Trump that he has followed, but like this is not perfect, okay? This is not perfect. All right. Mad Scene, can you give us examples of how this was implemented in Nazi Germany? Yeah. So Mad Scene, for example, Hitler basically disbanded unilaterally all the state legislatures in Germany except for Prussia's state legislature. So he just ignored all the elected bodies and did what he wanted. He rolled back the civil rights for everyone. He basically unilaterally rolled back, well, not unilaterally, but he rolled back German civil rights. He was able to break German law within concentration camps by ignoring whatever the law was and to make these concentration camps and things like that. Okay. There are other things he did that was sort of overriding written law. Because the Nazis, now this is complicated. There were also issues with the Weimar system that he was able to exploit, but basically his word became law and could override written law. All right. Or for example, guys, there were like a few Jewish people he pardoned and let them leave the country. Not many, but a few. That was actually overruling the law that the Nazis had written. But anyway, okay. They tried at multiple times. Jonas, this is very complicated, but they tried at multiple points. Well, kind of. They didn't really. He took over the government, and that was kind of it. And then they didn't push back much. Okay. Exactly, Dolly Boy. So his word overrules written law. And by the way, even if he didn't directly overrule written law, his paramilitaries would break the law on his behalf, and then he would just excuse it later. Okay. So, okay, let's go to the last one. Hiyori asked, why would Hitler pardon some Jews? Because Hitler was not consistent. All right. He hated Jewish people. But for example, the doctor that had worked on his mother, he pardoned her and let him leave the country. Pardoned him, or at least didn't pardon him, but let him leave the country and things like that. He was a weird guy. Don't get me wrong. Hated Jewish people. But okay. So you see what I mean? Okay. Yeah, absolutely, guys. So the last part of this, which kind of gets into Jonas's idea here of the Weimar Republic. It should be noted, folks, that the Nazis never had, basically only ever got about 30% of the vote. I'll say that again. Before Hitler took over, the Nazis really, they only ever really had 30% of all the votes in Germany. But they were still able to take over because they used fear tactics, and the conservatives decided to appoint Hitler chancellor thinking that they could control him because they would rather have him as chancellor than a socialist. So basically, the right wing and the capitalists betrayed the whole country to protect their interests against the socialists, and then they thought they could control Hitler. Because, as I've always said, folks, the right, like the capitalists, will always side with the fascists, right? So he got the chancellorship, even though they had about 30% of the vote, and then he used that power to gain even more votes and to suppress dissent. and then intimidate anyone voting against him. So let me explain here. Yeah, he did a lot for big capital. Okay. Jonas, you're partially right. There was a lot of fear. Jonas asked, why did they have such a strong hatred of socialism? Was it mainly the Soviets? Yes, Jonas, there was a lot of fear of communist socialism. Stalin was in charge at the time. There was a lot of fear-mongering about some of the starvation and stuff happening in the Soviet Union. And there had already been a failed communist revolution in Germany, which had frightened a lot of the wealthy business owners and stuff. And so a lot of people were frightened and scared of the communists. And of course, the communists and the social democrats were doing very well in elections, which really scared the bourgeois and the upper classes and things like that. And so a lot of people out of fear went to the Nazis instead. Okay, so it's very, yeah, all right. Guys, what do we see again? What do we see happening in America today? We saw the economy collapse. We saw lots of economic struggles, and you see a lot of people going to the left and a lot of people going to the right. That's what happened in the Weimar Republic. A lot of people got radicalized to the left as the system started failing them, and a lot of people got radicalized to the right. And what ended up pushing it for the right was that the capitalists and all their wealth ended up siding with the right and the Nazis, okay, against the lefties, okay, who were also very popular. Okay. Do you get what I mean? Yeah, the Spartacus. So maybe, guys, I'll do a stream sometime on how the Nazis came to power in Germany. For now, though, in regards to the Führerprinzip, another part of this was Gleichschaltung, which basically means coordination. So after Hitler got into power, there was a process of coordinating all parts of the government and society to follow his will, all right? To basically obey his will. Okay. And how this was accomplished was through a number of things. Dolly Boy mentioned one of them, which was the Reichstag Fire Act. I'm mainly going to talk about the Enabling Act. So this law, which by the way was titled in sort of a 1984 way, the law to remedy the distress of the people and the Reich, okay, gave the government, which meant Hitler and his cabinet, the right to enact laws did you, Dolly Boy? Okay. The right to enact laws for a period of 4 years without the involvement of the Reichstag or the Reich president. And under certain circumstances, these laws could deviate from the Constitution. As a constitutional amendment, it required a 2/3 majority for passage. So how did he get a 2/3 majority for passage? He intimidated the other politicians. He promised this and bribed them and such. So the Catholic Center Party was guaranteed religious freedom, and so they voted with him because they were scared of the communists, and he promised to put down the communists. So that the Center Catholic Party sided with him, the right-wing party sided with him, and then anyone who didn't want to side with him, what he did is he placed paramilitaries all around the Reichstag building and intimidated anyone who went into it to basically scare them into voting to allow this Enabling Act. So unless you have a political party with a backbone to resist the fascists, let's hope they don't get scared into supporting his attempt to take over the government, right? Yeah. So Democrats not so good. And almost immediately, he banned the Communist Party from the Reichstag. And then he also ended up banning the SPD, which were the Social Democrats, so that they weren't even allowed to vote anymore. Okay. So, okay. So Gleichschaltung was that process after that, where he started replacing everyone in the government with loyalists and was able to basically create a totalitarian regime where he controlled everything. All right. Now, so the 3 parts here we just learned about. And by the way, guys, if you read Project 2025, it's basically Gleichschaltung. That's basically Gleichschaltung. Yep, Jonas, right? Intimidation or bribery. The U.S. too, exactly. Like the Project 2025 is basically an American version of Gleichschaltung. There you go, weird amorphous blob, where it literally was planned by the Heritage Foundation, a way to replace all the different leaders of different agencies, centralize power in the person of the president through what's called the unitary executive theory, and basically make the president's will law. Okay. So in your groove, the Reichstag fire was used to declare basically an emergency and then to banish the communists and social democrats from the legislature so there wouldn't be as much opposition. And we get I will do a stream sometime about this. You guys seem really interested in it, so I'll do a very in-depth stream sometime about how the Nazis took over, okay? But when regards to the Führer Prinzip, things to look out for. As always, guys, historical events don't always repeat one-to-one, so it won't look exactly the same. Okay? Weird Amorphous Blob, I gotta tell you, Weird Amorphous Blob asks a really good question. Where do you land on the Reichstag fire false flag stuff? I don't know, Weird Amorphous Blob. The historical evidence is contradictory. It could be either way, honestly. It's possible the Nazis staged it. It's also possible that that guy did start a fire, and I wouldn't really blame him because the Nazis were in there. You see what I mean? So, historically, we don't really know. And honestly, so I don't know. Okay, awesome, Dolly Boy. Okay, so things don't repeat one-to-one, but things to look out for. Things that look like exactly things to look out for. The leader creates reality. The leader overrides written law, and then he coordinates the whole society in his favor. Okay? So the Führer Prinzip. Got it? And then on any future Kahoot we may have, I may ask you a question about the Führer Prinzip. Okay? And then you guys seem interested, so again, I will make sure to do a presentation on how the Nazis got to power, okay? It's super fascinating, and I'm obsessed with it. It was something I studied very closely for a long time. It's very interesting to me. All right. Anyway. Okay. Vanderlube did nothing wrong. They may be, Dolly Boy. It's very possible. There are historians who have very strong feelings about whether it was a inside job or like a yeah, there you go. Let me put my face back up here, okay? Is there a way to vote that isn't potentially coerced in some way? Good question, Meowzord. Right now, I think there is still a way to vote without being coerced. But now, maybe not for the Republicans. They're already basically being coerced by this point. But I think the Democrats could vote without being coerced, but they've been bribed by the elites. So I don't know. Okay. I hope so, Mayflower Kid. I hope you told your therapist that, and I hope you stay with us. All right. Yeah, weird. Yeah. And by the way, guys, this is another good point. Do you know that the Weimar Republic was actually more democratic than America is? This is kind of a scary point. Is that America was more is less democratic than the Weimar Republic was when the Nazis took over. That's not necessarily a good sign, because I think it would be easier in America to do kind of a Nazi takeover, somewhat. That we can debate this, but all right. Let's see here. Yes, okay. And I will do I'll do a presentation on this sometime. Yeah, no, Mad Scene, that's a good question. That's one of the musicals I really like. Cabaret is a great musical. It's a very good musical that is very serious. Guys, I know I'm not a fan of musicals, but Cabaret is really good. And it kind of reveals some aspects of how the Nazis rose to power in Weimar Germany, but in a very clever way. All right? Okay, guys. Yep, you're right in your groove. You're right. Yeah, Cabaret is very good. And have I shown you guys? Because it'll look different. Fascism will look different in America. Okay, than it does here. You can tell, can't you? Draped in the flag and wearing the cross. We're already seeing that, okay? All right. Yep, G-man. Some of those communist revolutionaries were Jews, which is something that, yep, they used it as propaganda. Absolutely, G-man. And the Nazis had this phrase. They called it cultural Marxism, or not cultural Marxism. Uh, what is it? Jewish Bolshevism or cultural Bolshevism. They use this phrase to kind of conflate Judaism with Bolshevism, with communism. They also said that capitalism was Jewish. So that's funny. They're like, oh, capitalism is Jewish, communism is Jewish, anything we don't like is Jewish, and democracy is Jewish. Okay, and we do what word do we use? What word does the right wing use today? That's very similar to that. In America, you hear people say cultural Marxism all the time, don't you? You hear the right wing use the phrase cultural Marxism, which is like almost directly out of the Nazis' book. Yep, there are so many. It'll take a long time for me to explain to you how the Nazis rose to power. Maybe we'll do a long, like a several-hour stream on it. We could. There's a lot of reasons for it. Okay. Yeah, it's such anti-Semitic drivel, right? All hail the mighty green Mayflower machine, okay? Yeah, the liberal conspiracy, exactly. You're right, Lamira. The whole DEI idea, right, is kind of a conspiratorial thing that, like, there are these elements, these parasitic elements seeping into our system, black and brown people and immigrants and gay people and trans people, and they are seeping into our system, and we need to cleanse the system to re-reveal the true American spirit. Nazis thought the exact same way. They even have a word. It was called racial hygiene, Rassenhygiene, which is a really gross term, but the idea was we need to clean up the race, remove the undesirable elements to reveal the true German spirit, which has been polluted. Like, that is almost exactly what the right wing in here is saying, right? We need to get rid of all this DEI infecting our system and dirtying the American spirit, right? And uncover the true white American spirit. Anyway. Yep, totally, Jonas. The Great Replacement theory is baked into this. And if you go far enough right in America, the idea here is that the Jews are the ones causing white people to become extinct in America. Now, a lot of right-wingers don't think that. They think it's just people coming in. But, like, if you go far enough right, they say it's the Jews that's doing it. Anyway, so I could ramble about this for hours. Okay. All right. So Mayflower Kid, are you enjoying this? Are you enjoying this? Yes, Amad. The rest is history. What is that, Amad scene? I think I've heard of that. Okay. No, it probably isn't, Matt. I listen to a lot of stuff. I listen to lib stuff. I listen to socialist stuff. I try to get sort of a complete view. It is. You're not wrong, guys. Weird Amorphous Blob isn't wrong. Even the idea of people coming in, polluting the genetic stock. We have started to hear Trump openly say that Somali people are low IQ. And it's being repeated by his underlings in a perfect example of the Führerprinzip. His underlings are now keep repeating, oh, Somali people are low IQ. Somali people are low IQ. And they're infecting Minnesota. That's like eugenic shit. Okay? All right. Fascinating. Thank you, Amadsine. Okay. So, all right. We get that. We get it. Yeah, I know, Jonas. IQ tests are bullshit. I'll do a whole presentation. I have so many things I want to present about. I'll do a whole presentation sometime on the bullshit of IQ tests. Okay? Yeah, it's not even. It's so stupid, Jonas. Okay. Anyway, IQ tests are not useful. Okay. All right. Exactly. It just shows you how good you are at taking the test. It also shows how good you are at understanding the cultural relevance of the questions. There's a lot of other things, okay? All right. So guys, there you go, Weirdomorphous Blob, right? Okay. So guys, what time is it here? So there's my little presentation on the Führer Prinzip. Anything else? Any questions, comments anyone has about anything we've talked about today? Anything in the news you want to briefly talk about? I'm thinking of getting off to go eat here in a second, but I've been on for 3.5 hours. I really should stay for longer. You know what? How about I'll stay for a bit longer. I'll stay for another hour. I'm going to stay for another hour. Okay, because I feel like I haven't streamed enough today. Thank you, everyone who's donated, by the way. Thank you for that. Okay. No. Führer Prinzip, or Führer Principle, the leader principle, okay? Mayflower Kid. All right. By the way, were you guys surprised? I don't know, but honestly, Jonas, we need to bring that back for Maga. I feel like we need to start doing the phrenology tests on Maga. I don't know. I don't know about you, but I can I can always see like the phrenology of a lot of these MAGA folks is like maybe those I think maybe we should bring back phrenology. Anyway, I'm joking, folks. It's okay. All right. Yeah. Sure. Let me check it out here, Mr. King K. Let me do a reaction, guys. I got a message here from someone on okay, let's see here. Reactions. Okay, so this is from Mr. King K. Let's see what Mr. King K sent us. More fascism. All right. I'm not sure. Where are your chats there, G-Man? I don't know why so many are being... Oh, I got you, G-Man. There, that was my fault, G-Man. I forgot to click yes on accepting that message you sent. Okay, forgive me. Thank you, though, G-Man. You said here, why are the chats filtered so much? I apologize. They should be coming in now, or at least the one you sent was. Show. All right. By the way, YouTube is terrible. They filter a lot. All right. Okay, guys, so let's watch this. Dear God, help us. Apparently, okay. Oh, I need to be able to hear what it's saying. Wait, Ali, explain that to us, Ali. You said, Ali said, I was on a political stream like this, and the guy was on the complete opposite of this, that he started cursing on my name, and country people are crazy these days. Ali, is that because you're Palestinian or because your name is Ali? So were they being Islamophobic? Were they being, what do you mean, Ali? They came after you because of what? Because they're morons and they thought, okay. Oh, this one is great and not traumatizing at all. Great, Malzword. So apparently this woman's kids were being taken. Right? And let's see what happens. Well, how do I, okay.
Please. My kids, my 2 kids and myself, please. And my son, please. Step out. You guys, please, you guys are scaring my kids. My kids. Bring your kids out with you. Okay. Call your kids now. I will, please. Let's go. Will you hear my kids? Oh God, you guys don't do this to my kids. My kids. Come on. Oh my God, my kids. My kids, they're so young. Oh my God. You guys, my kids. Go to the left, go to your mom. Come on. Oh my God, you guys are crazy. Oh my God. You guys. Who else is in the house? Nobody. Oh my God. Why? My son is a citizen. We're citizens. My son is a citizen. We have paperwork. We have all the paperwork. Please just.
I'm not going to Fed post. I am not going to Fed post. I am not going to Fed post. I am not going to Fed post. Okay. I am not going to Fed post. I am going to avoid Fed posting. I'm going to close my eyes for a second, and I'm not going to Fed post. Okay. This is very infuriating, and my eyes are watering, and we need revolutionary change in this country, and we really need to hold these people accountable. really need to hold them accountable, okay? Um, okay. All right. I'm all right. So I'm not sure what else to say that I can say about this, guys. You can imagine, I used to work at a group home for teens with severe behavioral problems, many of whom had very bad PTSD from trauma they had experienced. This is going to haunt these children for the rest of their lives. They're going to be traumatized for the rest of their lives. This just ruined their lives. Um, in a lot of ways. Okay. Yep, that is kind of weird in your groove. I'm surprised they seem to be respecting the Fourth Amendment. They probably wouldn't have if the people weren't outside. It looks like they were already outside. I can't really tell what's happening here. Uh, yeah. But you know what, Jonas, you're right. How this is so sick and twisted. How do these people sleep at night? We should make it so they can't sleep at night. We should be haunting these people in every waking moment that they're awake, okay? These people need to be afraid of us. We need to haunt them. They need to see our faces when they're trying to sleep. They need to hear us banging on drums outside their houses. They need to not feel safe going to the grocery store. They need to, okay. Yep, G-Man, I believe it. And that's what happens with trauma, G-Man. Okay. I just wish we need to make these thugs scared of us. Okay, I want them to be scared of us. They should be. Okay. You know, if anything, it's for their safety, right? Because if they keep doing shit like this, what do we think's going to happen? Okay. All right. So, okay, thank you for that, Mr. King K. Thank you for that, Mr. King K. So Ali says, oh my God, Ali says, the moment I wrote in chat, he knew the name is Arabic, so he started and he started cursing a bunch of Muslim countries just because of your name, Ali. Ali, you hope you know you're a human being and you deserve dignity and respect, and whoever did that to you is a monster, and is also just a moron. Absolutely just a moron, because Arab folks, people from Muslim countries are human, and there's billions of them. And to generalize about billions of people is moronic. Okay, moronic, absolutely moronic. And I'm so sick, guys. I'm just so sick of it. It really is. It feels like it's such a waste of our time. We are educated, like civilized people. We know, like us in here, know how stupid this shit about skin color and religion is. It like, I don't know how to explain. It's just like, it's just so boring to me to have to constantly talk about these things and remind people that everyone is human. Like, it's so stupid. It is a waste of time that we have to do this because people are so stupid. Like, oh my God, I get so bored talking about the race shit. And it's not because it isn't important, but because we have to talk about it because, all right. So stupid. All right. Okay. Yeah. But it's just like, there's so many more important things to like get pissed about than like, oh, that person looks different than me. It's like a caveman mentality. Like, ooh, they scary, different religion, different skin color. It's like, come on. All right. Okay. I'm like gonna lose my mind. I'm bored. I am bored in having to talk about that bullshit because of how stupid people are. All right. Yeah, exactly. Mm. Okay, I'm calm. But meanwhile, we got these ICE assholes doing this shit. Muslims are human beings. We know this, right? Can we please just get over it? They're human beings. And they guess what? They have emotions. They feel pain. They feel trauma. They get sad. There's grandmothers. Do you know that there are Muslim grandmothers who bring candy to their children and who get a big smile on their face when they see their grandchild's new baby or whatever? Like, do you know that there's Arab dads who play with their kids and buy them toys and get a smile on their face when their daughters hug their legs Okay? Like, we know this, right? I don't understand. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop. Okay, you guys get it. All right. So thank you for that. Thank you for that, Mr. King K. Let me find something else here to react to. All right, let me see here. We got that. Thank you, Doug, for sending that. I already looked at that guy. Now I can't, unfortunately, I can't watch that, Louise. I think I might get copyright. That looks like a good song. We'll watch it on the After Dark sometime. Okay, let's see this. Oh yeah, I forgot to show my dad that Meowsword. I apologize. Okay, let's watch one of these. Oh yes, I wanted to watch this with you guys. So meanwhile, guys,
This is, Palantir CEO Alex Karp.
Meanwhile, okay, let's watch what I saw this. I've seen this. Okay. So G-Man, okay, G-Man has an excellent question. G-Man says, there has to be a solution to this lack of empathy thing these a-holes have. Is it genetic or something? Partially, G-Man, yes. So let me explain this, okay? Human beings do have a tendency to do something called tribalizing. We tend to break ourselves into groups and create an in-group and an out-group. This goes all the way back to when we were hunter-gatherers. A very low IQ way of doing this is to do, oh, their skin color different, their religion different. I'm not in their tribe, they different, okay? A way to overcome this, and then obviously governments and the media exploit this tendency towards tribalism by demonizing certain groups in a way that is politically preferential, okay? So the American government loves killing Muslims in the Middle East, and because we want the oil there, we want to control the area. So does Israel. So there's sort of a benefit to the American government to, I guess, exploit that tribalism, right? The way to overcome this is exposure. People need to live next to, go to school with, interact with people that are different from them. Like, who here grew up in a multi-ethnic community? Like, growing up in a multi-ethnic community makes it really hard to become a really hateful person, because there you go. You very quickly start realizing, oh, they're just people, right? They're just people. They're just people. So you need to, like, the way to do this is exposure, and you need to desegregate communities, make sure people interact with each other, and understand that we're all human. It's like I said, that's one of the reasons why, folks, rural communities have a lot more, there's a lot more sort of racial bias and stuff in rural communities, because they aren't around in America. Like, they aren't around a lot of different kinds of people. It's easier to demonize people when you're not around them. Okay, right? So we need, but it's easy, especially in America. If you've never met a Muslim, if you've never shared a meal with a Muslim person, never, went to school with a Muslim person, it becomes very easy if you're only hearing bad things about them, right? Okay, there you go, Jonas. So, yeah. Anyway, so that's my opinion. Okay, that is my opinion there. Okay, oh, there you go, G-Man. There you go, okay? Well, right, G-Man, all right? So we just need, we need more integration of communities. In America, unfortunately, historically, we have set up a lot of segregation in our communities, okay? You're absolutely right, Weirdomorphous Blob. We need to feel more connected on the basis of class. Like, in the end, we're all together, and our enemies are the wealthy, right? That should be the tribe we're against. I got to tell you, I'm all for tribalism against the elites and the powerful. Not on the basis of race, not on the basis of religion, not on the basis of skin color. We need to work together against the people at the top, because they're screwing all of us over. Okay? All right. Let's watch this clip, guys. We all know who this guy is, right? Yeah, it's your loss, Meowsword, and it makes you look like a fool, okay? And anyway, when people don't, anyway. 100% G-Man. Yes, racism stalls class consciousness. It is not, now, racism is separate. Racism can happen without capitalism. I want to put that out there because tribalism happens. But racism is very useful for dividing the working class to prevent them from working together against the elites. It just is. Remember I told you guys that story about the Stoneboro uprising, about how there were the white indentured servants and the black slaves who rose up together against the white landed aristocracy. And then it was right after that that they started passing laws to separate black and white people, because you can literally do that to prevent people working together. And if you keep black people separate from white people, they're not going to be able to sympathize or empathize with each other as much. And it becomes a lot easier for white people to demonize black people and not want to work with them if they don't live in the same communities as them, as if they're constantly being told that they're trying to assault you and things like that. You see what I mean? So it is a form of division that the elites can exploit. Okay? All right. Yeah. G-Man is, I absolutely love Sam Cedar. Okay? Okay. So let's watch this. I have seen this, but you guys, well, we'll see. We'll watch it. All right?
Billionaire, incidentally. He's one of these guys where I didn't leave the progressive left. The progressive left left me.
Everyone's like, who are you, weirdo?
He's being interviewed by Axios' Mike Allen,
blob.
and they're asking about Nick Fuentes. Now, this whole Nick Fuentes, and it's not just Nick Fuentes, right? I mean,
guys, I'm sorry. Before we watch this, do I have more in common with a person living, like a Muslim person, the average Muslim person living on the ground in Iraq, for example, or do I have more in common with Elon Musk? I'll say that again. Do I have more in common and more solidarity, like, with someone on, like, just an average person living in Iraq, or do I have more in common with Elon Musk? What do you think? What about each of you? Do you have more in common with Peter Thiel, or do you have more in common with a random Chinese person today? Yes, right? Much more in common with the average Iraqi or the average Chinese person or the average Palestinian or anything like that, like in terms of day-to-day life, than I do with someone like Elon Musk, right? Just to be clear here, right? And yet we will be constantly told that Elon Musk is, we are on the same team because we are both Americans, right? We're both Americans. We're all Americans, right? We have more in common with, like, the elites who are oppressing us. That's what nationalism does. It hides the fact that you have more in common with working class people overseas than you do with some of the people in your own country. All right. Yep. Okay.
Nick Fuentes, I'm sure, is, I don't know how much of a leader per se of this movement he is, or how representative is. He is a far-right groyper. I don't think he would argue with the fact that he's an avowed anti-Semite and racist. He seems homophobic. It's hard to tell. He tries to
clinically, yes.
I think he's homophobic. I don't know. It's weird.
It is a phobia.
And
of course, G-Man. I didn't say it, G-Man, but you did, and I agree with you.
It's just weird. It's a weird dynamic. It's awkward. Anyways, he, of course, is creating a huge rift within the Heritage Foundation and the conservative movement, because some people are like, hey, wait, this is what we've been fighting for the whole time, to be able to be anti-Semitic and racist in the open.
Yeah.
That's what this project has been about. And then there are others who are like, wait, what? It has been? I thought we were more polite than that. That's basically the debate on the right, for the most part. And so I don't know why Mike Allen decided to ask this guy, Alex Karp, about it. But you would think this would be a slam dunk. I mean, we just had the Heritage Foundation Christian nationalist leadership, he was forced to denounce Nick Fuentes.
I think this is going to be, he's going to be reacting to an interview with the founder of Palantir, which I'm very excited to see.
First time around, he didn't. First time around, he said we would defend him. But he was forced to, like...
His ideas are worth debating.
Exactly. I wonder how, like... Why would you, if you were a CEO? I mean, let's be honest. Kevin Roberts said in this leaked video, we have to understand he's got millions of followers. And we want to do outreach to them. Which of course, you know, fell apart under even just
I want to get to the interview part.
Scrutiny, but you have to wonder why would it be difficult for the CEO of a major sort of like national security surveillance company to distance himself from an anti-Semite and racist? You would think it wouldn't be. Layup. But funny thing happened on the way to the hoop.
Are you about the Nick Fuentes wing of Maga?
Okay. So this guy that he's interviewing is the founder of Palantir, you know, the evil corporate entity that wants to spy and collect on all the information on all of you. Okay. By the way, for my Lord of the Rings nerds out there, you all know what the Palantir was. It was kind of a device that Sauron used to see what was like. It's very funny that they use this object used by a villain to name the company. All right. Okay, what was the question he asked? Forgive me. This guy's a weirdo. Oh my God, he just looks weird. He acts weird.
Nick Fuentes wing of Maga?
Do you support the Nick Fuentes wing of Maga? Okay, we already have a problem. We already have a problem. Why isn't he answering right away? Like, what is this pause we're experiencing here? Yeah. What is this pause? This is insane. Okay.
Well, first of all...
Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, my God. I can't believe I forgot about this.
I feel like I'm much more qualified to critique what was been my own party, although I've historically, Palantir's been the most anti-woke.
What is he... Really? Really? Like... You okay, can we maybe disavow the Nazi, please? Is that so hard to do?
Company, and like one of the things it's really crazy when people are like attacking us online and like you say that now. We've been saying a lot of things that would have gotten you fired or put out of business for 20 years, including meritocracy, borders, use violence to not do neocon bullshit.
Pause it for a second.
20 years
Hold on. I know if you don't speak, oh
my God,
right-wing, racist, obfuscation, you probably don't understand anything he's saying here. The question was, what do you think of the racist, bigoted part of the Republican Party? And he goes, we were anti-woke as a company. Now, I also don't even know what that means.
He's true. He's right. I mean, I would say a massive surveillance company isn't the wokest company.
I mean, I don't think that's what he's talking about. You're saying like, oh, people don't want to be surveilled.
I love that, Mayflower.
As if that's a woke, somehow that's a woke quality. The woke
guys also, so Louise says he's going to claim neurodivergence for his rudeness. I am sick, guys. I am absolutely sick and tired of people, some of them who actually are neurodivergent, using that as an excuse for disgusting behavior and comments. I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound like I'm being ableist or something, but that as a teacher, I'm telling you, that is not an excuse. I don't care if you're neurodivergent, okay? That is not an excuse for really saying disgusting things and being pro-Nazi. I keep hearing people defend Elon Musk, for example, by saying like he is, oh, well, that's just him being autistic or whatever. That is not an excuse. It also, by the way, is kind of ableist because it implies that that means autistic people are somehow like it's excusable then to be a Nazi, right? Like, okay, it's not an excuse. It's not an excuse, okay? And I'm not saying that Louise is making a good point because there will people will probably defend this guy and be like, oh, he's neurodivergent. Not an excuse. Like, trust me, if you're in a classroom and you're autistic and you start using the N-word, I'm booting you out of the classroom. You're getting a detention, right? Because by the way, you can still teach autistic people. They will, people on the spectrum have to learn to not do those things, right? Like anyone else does. Otherwise, they're not going to survive in society. It is not an excuse. Okay. Exactly, G-man. Exactly. Okay. Like, and all right. And like guys, I've been told I'm on the spectrum, and I have ADHD, right? Don't excuse me. Like if I say something horrible, please don't say, "Oh, well, he's neurodivergent." That excuses it. No, that doesn't excuse it. I don't want to be excused for my bad behavior. All right? All right.
Thing is like we were against anti-discrimination before it was hip.
Yeah.
So I don't want to feel like, you know, a Johnny-come-lately. That's sort of what he's saying, I think. But it's not answering the question.
How dare you, Mayor
He's sort of
Falcon.
sidestepping the question. Like,
yeah, Mr. King.
Do you really think that you need to be a part of the Republican Party to critique out-and-out bigotry and racism? Interesting theory. Go ahead.
Borders.
Pause it for a second. Hold on. This is what also occurs to me. How do you criticize woke if you're not woke?
Yes, right, Drusilla. Doesn't it imply that like, well, they're autistic, they must not be able to think well? No, okay, they're capable of thinking, and like, they've made a bad decision. That's what it is. If they do that, okay.
Right.
Isn't that the formula he's putting up there? If you're not woke, how do you criticize woke? I mean, I understand if he's not a Republican, he feels I can't critique a racist because I'm not part of that coalition.
Neocon bullshit for 20 years and saying it when it wasn't popular. I think almost all of these movements are downstream from the fact that the people who sign up for these things that are like obviously not sensible do not believe they're going to participate in this society economically. And
well, let's be specific. So the anti-Semitism is one.
Wait, what is he? Oh my God!
Your signature issues.
Well, actually, honestly, again, that's how people frame it. How about stupid discrimination, of which anti-Semitism is a form?
Why did he need to correct that? Why did he be like, no, I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to fight anti-Semitism. Don't worry. I'm not trying to fight anti-Semitism. I'm trying to fight like general discrimination. That's kind of weird. Why did you feel the need to be like, no. I'm not trying to fight anti-Semitism. Do you see what I mean? After refusing to answer whether he like whether or not he was he supported what's his face, Nick Fuentes. That's kind of weird. Yeah, absolutely, G-man. Absolutely, right? Like if you're racist and autistic, your racism may come out in a neurodivergent way, but that doesn't excuse the racism, okay? Yeah, okay.
So stipulate to that. Nick Fuentes
no, pause it for a second.
Is a part.
Actually, no. Discrimination is a material dynamic where one person is chosen over another, or one person's denied something over another because of whatever reason. It could be because I only like to hire military vets. Matt came in at a time and he wasn't a military vet. I let him in. But generally, if I have 5 candidates, I discriminate against people who aren't vets. Or maybe I discriminate against people because they're black.
Meowsword.
Or because they're Jewish. Or because they're white. That is discrimination. Like, there has to be an action associated with it, as opposed to building the resentment and the predisposition that might fuel discrimination down the road.
Right, G-Man? Jesus Christ.
But that also, that predisposition, that
Oh,
bigotry
you mean, thank you, G-Man. You always say the nicest things. Thank you, G-Man. Thank you.
could also fuel violence. Nobody's out there, no racist is out there going like, I need to commit violence, and I've just decided that black people are going to be the front of the line. I'm discriminating.
Okay,
That's
I'm
not the
gonna
way
move. I'm gonna
they
move
don't
forward to
appreciate
the rest of it. Let's see. Let's see the last
Increasing
part of
attention.
it.
Nick Fuentes is a part of the
Goodbye, Ali.
Republican conservative movement that's getting increasing attention, has increasing attention, increasing voice. How concerned are you about that? And what does that tell you?
It's again, you always have to disambiguate concern and do you have a legitimate, like I have a legitimate, just I'll answer your question, but I have a completely legitimate, authentic voice in the progressive democratic movement because that's been my whole life. And so
What? So he's basically saying he can't comment on the right-wing lunacy because he's a progressive, so he can only comment on his own side. He's not a progressive, by the way.
I feel like when I'm screaming about that, they really should listen, even if they don't. When, you know, I'm probably just...
Yeah, Dolly Boy, it's like, just see Heil at this point. Just do the salute. Come on, just do it at this point. Just yell Heil Hitler and do the salute. Let's get this over with. It's like, we know it's coming.
At this point, an independent who admires what Trump has done and it on many things. And I think anybody who's not deranged would acknowledge these things and sure would I, you know, so I think I don't have the credibility to start throwing a hissy about what happens in the Republican Party.
Yeah, Weird Morph's Blob.
Wow.
So, okay, you guys get the idea, right? Like, these are the people that we have decided to, yeah, there you go, Jonas. More wars for him, is more profit for him. Remember, Palantir has been assisting Israel, by the way, on a side note. You know, can we maybe do something about these goddamn elites? Like, we have ceded the control of this country to the people like that lunatic, okay? Like, do we think that he deserves his position? Do we feel like our meritocracy, that he's like the best amongst us? That he rose to the top naturally because he, you know, was just good for people and shit? So he deserves to be there? Yes, Meowsard, I have. I love it. Okay. Like, can we maybe, yep, Jonas, right? It is. His company, remember that his is the company that insinuate they may have been involved in military operations to raise their stock value, right? Right. Like, this is why I think I want a guillotine tattoo, people, because we need revolutionary change. And there are people here, there you go. There are people in this country that really need to be afraid of us, okay? Like, okay. Yeah, exactly, Weird Amorphous Blob. There are people in this country that really need to be afraid of us. And I am not saying I would use a guillotine on these people. No. I'm just saying I would like them to be afraid of us, okay? Because right now we've let them get a bit out of control, okay? We've let them get a bit out of control, and they're monsters. They're human monsters, okay? All right. So, okay, guys. There you go, Jonas. I didn't say it, Jonas. You said it, okay? I appreciate it. Oh, my God. Yes, so yeah, Sylvia AP reports that tomorrow Bavino and some agents are expected to leave. Oh, that's good news. Let me quickly check that to see if it's like big news. I don't know. I always go to CNN first because they're like the most milk toast. Yeah, so okay. Oh, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz says Trump agreed to leave. Trump has agreed to let some agents leave Minnesota after productive call. Shit. God damn it, CNN. Let me see here. Bovino. Whatever. It's so hard for me to type when I'm doing it over there. Okay. Okay. So here says Border Patrol Commander Bovino, some agents leaving Minnesota imminently. Okay, not immediately, but imminently. Okay, the Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino and some patrol agents are expected to leave Minnesota imminently, according to multiple reports. It comes just days after a Border Patrol. Right. Now, I don't know what imminently means. Multiple federal sources have we can't trust federal sources necessarily. Confirmed Bovino and some, but not all Border Patrol agents will leave. This, I don't know, guys. This doesn't seem like it's. I don't know about this. Some agents are leaving, and imminently. What does imminently mean? Okay, and did Walz give the administration something to get them to do this? I don't know. So I need to figure out. Yeah, it does. It does. So like. No, you're not wrong, Victoria. How he pronounced Gestapo? Absolutely. Yeah, guys, this burger is made of nothing. This doesn't mean anything until we see results, okay? This might be a way to try and appease protesters, too, to make it appear as though some are leaving. Body cam footage. So we'll have to see where this goes, but that's interesting. Yeah, and Homan is incoming, but it still doesn't really say when this is going to happen, right? So we'll find out. But it still is. It's an interesting development. We just got to keep an eye on it. Don't trust the goddamn government, as I'm sure you all know. We have to actually see results first. Okay. Yeah, absolutely, Sylvie. We'll see if it works. We'll see if it works as a calming down method. I'm going to see what the AP is saying. All right. Yeah, looks like as early as Tuesday, they say. They say a senior Border Patrol commander as early as Tuesday. Still doesn't tell us, though. We'll find out. Okay, we'll see. We'll just see how it goes. All right. Yeah, that's my fear, Left Turn 91. Welcome, Left Turn 91. Have you been in here before, Left Turn 91? Glad to see you here. I am concerned that something has been given to, has been handed over by Tin Walls. We'll have to see, or by Walls, we'll see if it is, okay? By the way, folks, if you're over on Twitch, you can, if you subscribe using Amazon Prime, you can send me some of Jeff Bezos' money for free, and then you can watch me without ads. If you're over on YouTube, you can become a member for as little as 99 cents a month and help support me in my effort to do this full time. I'm already doing it full time, but I'm trying to be able to do it for full time for a long period, okay? For forever. Oh yeah, Henry G. Welcome, Henry G. Okay. I know you, Henry G. So if you thank you everyone who's contributed, by the way. Also, I believe we have now officially reached, if Les London here, I think we've officially reached 200 subscribers over on Discord, or we have 200 people on the server over on Discord. What I'm going to do now, guys, is I'm going to paste an invite to our server for anyone who wants to join it. I think we finally hit 200 people in our server. It may have not be that now, because sometimes people will leave. But I'm going to post an invite to our server for anyone who wants to join it. Paste. All right. Yeah, we've gotten to 200. So there you go, guys. Anyone wants to join the Discord? I believe we've gotten to 200, which means that we're going to be able to upgrade the... oh, Dolly Boy, really? You're such... Would someone take some of the burden off Dolly Boy? Poor Dolly Boy basically funds like a half of my income. Thank you, Dolly Boy, really. Someone better help Dolly Boy fund me, okay? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to pressure anyone, but... And also, Matt Zyguy also mainly funds me. Matt Zyguy and Dolly Boy, I should say, okay? Thank you so much, Dolly Boy. So, all right. Hey, guys, I want you to know I'm not blaming anyone who can't donate. I know it's hard out there, and I want anyone to be able to watch me, okay? But thank you guys for who donate. Meowsord, thank you so much, Meowsord, for all the bits there. Thank you. Okay, I got you, Meowsord. Thank you. All right. All right. Thank you, everyone, for doing that. Okay, so I'm gonna put up my face now, guys. Face screen. Boop-a-doop-boo, boop-a-doop-boo. Yeah, no, thank you, Mayflower Kid. Really, you're helping a lot. Okay, I am milking it a little bit, Mayflower Kid, but I have to survive, essentially. Okay, guys. So, a few notes here. Who was that? Yo, guys, thank you. Oh my God. I'll give my dad a bit, okay? Okay, I'll give my dad a bit. Thank you, Jonas. Guys, I didn't mean to like blackmail you into doing that. I was just trying to make a joke to Dolly Boy, okay? So anyway, but thank you guys for sending that. So last few things here. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. Jonas, you're a god on earth. Thank you very much, okay? First of all, I'm gonna go now. Okay. So I will, because I'm going to go eat. Thank you all for watching today. Yeah, you're buying Paparevolt's freedom. Okay. What I'll do, guys, is, of course, as always, I'll come back on tomorrow for our regularly scheduled streams. Tomorrow will just be me. Paparevolt won't be here, so I guess I'll probably have half as many people in here. Just kidding. But I am going to go now. Thank you, everyone, for watching. I am going to do my little sign off. Everyone ready for this? You all ready for this? Thank you all for watching. Of course, keep an eye out on the news. Be prepared for tomorrow, okay? First of all and foremost, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. Do not trust authority figures. Always doubt authority figures. Thank you, Mayflower Kid, for that donation. Thank you for the baby baby formula. Thank you. Okay. But bye, Blueberry. Glad to have you here, Blueberry. Never stop resisting, especially when it comes to authority figures. Don't believe everything you hear on the internet, okay? Don't believe everything you hear on the internet. That includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. People on the internet make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to be cautious about what people are telling you on the internet, including me, all right? We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. And people are not getting what they need economically, all right? In order to fix that, we need major reforms. I actually think we need a revolutionary change, okay? Major reforms, revolutionary change. You cannot stand in the center. Do not be a Democrat, okay? Do not be a milquetoast Democrat who kind of like doesn't do anything and just kind of lets yourself get steamrolled. Don't let the fascists walk all over you. Resist, fight back, make reforms. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. Chainbreaker is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, including putting their lives on the line, all right? We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please. And by the way, it wasn't only, when I'm talking about that sword, I'm not only talking about white folks like liberating black folks, okay? I'm not trying to do the whole white people save the day. There were black troops that had been recently freed slaves that signed up for the Union and went to war on behalf of their still enslaved brothers and sisters. All of us our ancestors made major sacrifices, okay? All of them combined. So just something to think about, all right? And we cannot let their sacrifice go to waste. And we always must fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, you all have a good rest of your day. Yes, and if you're from the UK, vote for Zach Polanski. Absolutely. You all have a good rest of your day. I love you all very much. I will see you all tomorrow. If anything horrible happens today, I'll come on and do an emergency stream. Love you all very much. Bye-bye. Free Palestine. Don't forget